condition itself is not enough.
Dear Mr. Massa, I'm just trying to mind my own business. What's the matter? It's just another day, another black king captured. I'm about to lose my brain, stuck inside this ghetto rapture. I got a lot of smoke. If you want it, you can have it. They want a hat trick, but this is black girl magic. Ain't talking about the kind that'll make you disappear, but I'm talking about the power of the melanin within. Ain't looking for trouble, but I'ma say this one time. I put two dukes up if you try to touch mine. We still want justice for Samir and Trayvon. You say you don't see color, but racism ain't blind. They targeting little kids whose skin look just like mine. So I'm paranoid, it's a war zone outside. And I'm a black queen, so if you ask me to step out of my car, you gon' have to snatch me. Cause I ain't going no damn well. Had to spend my whole life living unfair. Ancestors got my back and they right here. You can never understand, it's a nightmare. Living in my black shoes by the black rules. You can keep your handshake, I don't dap coons. The white man to go nuts if he cash you. But you all on his side like a damn fool. Make it make sense.
We are oppressed.
Queen.
We are exploited. We are downtrodden.
Make it make
Queen.
We are
sense.
denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Ahmadiyyah.
So the only way we're going to get some of this
Ahmadiyyah.
oppression and exploitation
Queen.
away from us or aside from us is come together
Queen.
against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your
Ahmadiyyah.
hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin?
Ahmadiyyah.
Parents, pay attention to the books, the school system, even to your little children. Lies mixed with wisdom. His skin too bright, so he was blind to the prison. My skin just right, so I collide with division. You trying to pray to God, but we tired of religion. No savior saving, we got to save our savings. We used to pay miss, how we gon' make the slave rich? But who's to blame and tell me why you complaining? We need a team effort just to rule the nation. Like a bad relationship, missing communication. We missing moderation. They're trying to get a poison to my population. No reparations. I'm getting tired of Satan.
We are oppressed.
I'm
Queen.
getting tired of waiting.
We are downtrodden.
Queen.
We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Ahmadiyyah.
So the only way we're going to get some of this
Ahmadiyyah.
oppression and exploitation.
Queen.
Right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Grand Rising. Thank you for tuning back in once again to the original Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur show. I'm your host, Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur, and this is your morning wake-up call. So as you're coming in, please feel free to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't done so already, be sure to click that notification bell and click the word all so you're notified each time the Queen Goddess goes live. Okay? And also, make sure you double check to ensure that you're still subscribed, especially if you have not been receiving the notifications. Oh, there they go. Okay, I was looking for my spectacles. All right, so how is everybody doing? Let's see who's in here. All right, 57 Beige Fox is here. Cookie, that Crazy Beach Aries with the people. Let's get into it above all that drama. Sheila Askins. All right, let me put on my glasses, honey, because I can't see so good. Trisha is here. Junior Thorpe. All right, let's get ready to get into it. Claudette, I see you, beloved. Okay. Looks like Neuro Hustle. Had to clean these off real quick. Okay, Neuro Hustle is here. All right. And so shout out to all of my loyal royals and everyone tuned into the Queen. And a big shout out to my moderators, because y'all know they be putting in work. All right, I see you, Nessie X. Nessa G is here. Okay, Wolfie Israel is here. All right, Love Christy. Let's get it popping. Okay, We the People is in the virtual building. Dangerous is here. All right. So with that all being said, thank you all for tuning in. Now, before we get started, hey, Alice. Before we get started, let's have a brief word from my sponsor at 12 Tribes. Hey, Lieutenant Muxwa. Okay, and don't y'all be here starting no mess today, okay? Because y'all know I got time. Y'all know I have time. If anybody wants to try to get funky, I'm going to drop that link. Hey, Bronze Flat Power God. Okay, so now, without further ado, let's have a brief word from my sponsor at 12 Tribes. Likes up, everyone, please. Like and share. Thank you.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Okay, so with that all being said, don't forget you can purchase 12 Tribes Hair Oil at Etsy.com. Just look for Lisa Crafts. And you can also find it at Walmart.com. And don't forget that she sells beard oil and her products are absolutely amazing. Okay? So now with that all being said, let's get into it. Sorry I didn't make it back yesterday, guys. After I went and voted, I was tired. Okay? After I went and voted, I was tired. Sad news for Massie. How do y'all feel about that? Those of you from Kentucky specifically, how do you all feel? Hey, Timeless, how do you all feel about hey, Aqua Girl, Aquarius Rising and Infinite Vibe is in here. All right, we see some people just arriving. Timeless is here. Buckhorse DC. Okay, so how do you all feel about Thomas Massie losing his seat? What do y'all have to say about it? Because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, honey, I was stressed the hell out all day. I was stressed out all day. Was anyone else? Hey, just anticipates. Kwamar Muhammad. All right. Does anyone have anything to say about Mr. Massie? I mean, y'all don't like him. I know most of you are Democrats, as am I, but the point is, he was going in on Trump about those Epstein files. He was trying to get justice for the victims. Okay, y'all know me. I have to give credit where it's due. Now, I didn't agree with everything Massie said, but at the end of the day, I thought he was a decent person. Okay, I'm talking about him like he's dead. I mean, he is a decent person, in my opinion. Now, with that all being said, I definitely was rooting for him to win because I knew that if he lost to someone who was funded by APAC, okay, and BiBi's saying Yahoo, I knew that was going to be a sad day. Okay, this is a sad day. This is going to change the landscape of U.S. politicians. Hold on. What is this? Of U.S. politics, in my opinion, because here's why. Now, I want you all to think about it. Now, we know that they supposedly, BiBi's people and them, they supposedly, allegedly, according to sources and reports, donated like $16 million, okay, to get this man to win. And this is just not good because you know what message this sends, in my opinion? It just sends the message that if you don't fall in line, if you don't do what Satan Yahoo's telling you, if you're not down with the get down, you know, we'll just get you up out of here, okay? We don't care if you're Republican or not. If you're not going with our program, you've got to go, and we'll replace you with one of our loyalists. Now, I want y'all to marinate on that for a second. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen after that. That is going to make any other Republican who is possibly thinking about speaking out against Trump and about, you know, more transparency with the Epstein files or questioning about somebody or other people, co-conspirators being prosecuted, any of those sort of things. Someone who's going against the war, telling Trump he needs to hurry and end it. Anyone who potentially say those things, okay, on the right, those people now will probably be silent, okay, because they see that elections can clearly be bought and sold. Okay, that's what it's given. And also, that'll also be a lesson to some of the Democrats as well, sadly. And we know that plenty of the Democrats have been getting that APAC money. Okay, so D Major said that's how these Republicans lost their primaries yesterday. They dared to speak out against the war or against the files. Yes, of course. Made examples of, specifically Massie. And then Trump came out and just, you know, said all these things about that man, throwing dirt on that man's name. And here's the problem I have with that. First of all, Trump, if you're listening, you don't have or shouldn't have the audacity to talk ill of anyone. Okay, to be speaking down on anyone. You are the most nefarious person in America. I don't care what anyone says. 34 times convicted felon, not done a day in jail, nor prison, and nor will he ever. All up in and through the Epstein files with credible accusations, okay? Credible accusations. So you all know it. One of the people who made claims against him was, in fact, one of the same people who testified at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, where she was convicted, they actually helped to convict her. But Todd Blanche wants us to think nothing to see here, folks. We don't have any conspirators, any co-conspirators. What are y'all talking about? Epstein was the only one. Really? So how is it that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, now but you want to pay attention, how is it that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell both, okay, were charged with trafficking, but they didn't have any clients, no customers? Of course they did. It is nasty work, Timeless. It absolutely is. Let me stop running my mouth and get straight to the receipts because we have things to cover. Okay, so first and foremost, bye, Massie. This is just not good. I'm telling you. So let's just talk about it because Ro kind of came out, and I was glad that he did. You know, him and Ro kind of look like they're pretty good friends or whatever, but Ro kind of came out and said something. And you know, as I'm reading the comments on the videos and things, on TikTok specifically, you know, people just didn't seem to believe it. Like people were shocked. They seemed to have been shocked that this man lost. Okay. And you know, and I didn't really see anybody saying anything. Well, I saw a few MAGA minions saying a few little things, but majority of the people had good things to say about Massie and were, quite frankly, you know, disappointed that he lost. So let's go now to Representative Ro Khanna. If you want to hear noise in the background, that's the landscapers outside. Okay, I forgot what time they were coming. Okay, so now with that being said, let's get into it. Here we go.
Thomas Massie lost tonight. I'm angered by the smears on his character. He lost because he had the guts to take on the Epstein class. He lost because he had the guts to stand up against the war in Iran. He worked with me to pass the most consequential and popular piece of bipartisan legislation in recent history in the Epstein Transparency Act. Many young voters under 50 voted for him. He was winning them by over 30 points. And today I say you may not have a home in the Trump coalition, but there is a new generation of populist Democrats, and we welcome you to help us change this country, change the rotten system, and have a politics that puts the working class ahead of the Epstein class. My good friend Thomas Massie lost tonight. I'm angered by the...
So let me ask you all, is anyone else angry? D Major said Ro and Massie worked together well. Yes, they did. Is anyone upset or disappointed? Buckhorse DC, don't come here with that BS. Okay, that's right, Greta. Tell them, y'all please get the likes up. Thank you in advance. Okay, so you know, let's talk about it. Let me pull up this article. Before I pull that up, let's go to this TikTok someone did. D Major said he is upset. I am too, honey. When I tell y'all I was stressed and pressed, and then you all know that I told you all days ago that when you go to vote here, they don't have Democrat, Republican, Independent. They don't have any of that labeled on there, honey. So if you don't know some of those people, you're not going to know who they are. You're not going to know who to vote for. So you had to do research, and guess what? I'm sure most people didn't do any research. Okay, do they ever?
Congratulations, everybody. We just watched as a country and as a planet, Israel, AIPAC, purchase Thomas Massie's seat while destroying his character with tens of millions of dollars. We watched it. All of us as a country, millions of people understand exactly what happened. They did it anyway, and they had zero remorse, self-awareness, or mercy. Congratulations.
He clearly seems pressed. But I tell you what, Young Turks, I know they're not going to like this. I have to go and see what they're going to say about it. So this from MS Now, it says tech bros are buying elections. You know, that's nothing new because I already felt like Elon's contribution to Trump definitely helped him to win the second time around.
this is a theme here, is that Trump is doing what he wants to do, whether that's building the ballroom, whether that's having the January 6th slush fund, whether it's have the IRS never be able to investigate him, his family, or any business. That's all for him. And these moves here are for him, not the party.
Yeah, the cop killer slush fund. Yeah, that ought to go over pretty well with focus groups in Gary, Indiana, and Peoria, and you just go down the list. Suburbs of Philadelphia. That should be fascinating. So David Drucker, it seems to me I wish I had a spin wheel. We could decide. You could either talk about Paxton, talk about a Texas race, whether that's fool's gold for Republicans again. You could talk about the Harlem Globetrotters. You could talk about what happened in Kentucky last night. But I am curious. What's your read on the Republicans right now?
Let me read Nini's comment. Nini says, I can't believe Trump's endorsement carries any weight anymore. Girl, have you been paying attention, beloved? Of course it carries weight because he's a Republican and they're in control of the House and the Senate, not to mention his MAGA minions. They're all over this country. So absolutely, they're a whole cult. That's all I'm saying. Like I keep telling you all. So anyway, with that all being said, absolutely, he has a whole lot of pull. I knew as soon as they opened up the floodgates and Trump started talking greasy about Massie and then begging people. Remember I showed you all the video? He's literally begging people to go and vote for his guy. And then tell them not to vote for Massie and send all this stuff. But I already knew then. I was like, this is going to be an uphill battle, and I don't think Massie is going to win. Okay, Trump, and especially because Massie is from Kentucky. Okay, Massie's from Kentucky. And y'all know I went to school in Kentucky. And with that all being said, it's real racist. Okay, it's real racist. Klansmen and all of that, okay? You all remember I told you all how the Klan literally, you can look it up, marched down the street in the Pegasus Day Parade in the 70s. They shot at black kids' school buses when black kids got bussed out to the white areas in the suburbs. It's really racist. It always has been. It always will be. So, honey, if anywhere Trump can endorse somebody and they're going to win off of his endorsement, it would absolutely be Kentucky. So I knew it was a wrap. Okay, but on the good side is Daniel Kunmaran. Yeah, he lost. I can't stand him. Okay, ever since that whole thing with Breonna Taylor and him letting those cops get away with that BS, never liked him. Okay, so but let's continue.
Being behind historically in these generic ballot tests, and them getting the news that it's likely they're going to have to throw millions and millions of dollars into a Texas race with Ken Paxton that they wouldn't if John Cornyn won.
Yeah, well, the problem with being in a vice, Joe, is even when you know you're in a vice, you're in a vice. It means you have a hard time getting out of it. You know, and who knows? Look, maybe this slush fund will end up compensating Jim Comey and Letitia James, and then they can say, listen, we were serious about this anti-weaponization thing. But otherwise, and, you know, maybe they'll refer to the ballroom as a jobs creating program. There's a lot of construction there. Absent all of that, these are, as you have mentioned, really big problems for Republicans. And they know this, all right? They are saying this in very subtle, careful ways, which actually is a big deal when you look at how, you know, Congress has been functioning in this second Trump presidency. But as I reported for the Dispatch in a story that posted earlier this week, Trump's power in Republican primaries is such that when the first order of business to keep your job is winning renomination, you don't feel, and it's kind of true, that there's not much you can do. And for instance, I talked to one Republican strategist who told me that when they test issues for candidates in Republican primaries to see what's going to move them ahead, various standard conservative issues will move you up by 20 points. The Trump endorsement, if you test it, if this candidate had the Trump endorsement, this candidate has the Trump endorsement, that moves you up by 50 points. There is no single better way to win a Republican nomination or to avoid defeat than to say that the president is on your side. And so that's where these guys find themselves. I will say one thing about Texas, because I can't help myself. And as I said last week, I'm just going to be wrong one day. I've been covering Texas for 2 decades. It's the big red whale, and it's really hard for Democrats to flip. Do not expect, if they're being honest and if they're going to stick to this, don't expect party and party affiliated organizations to spend a dime there What they're telling me is that Trump has plenty of money. All of his groups, you've got about $350 to $400 million, depending on how you count it. And since he has the money, and since, as one Republican insider told me, you broke it, you bought it, they're going to say, this is your project. We have more important, more pressing needs in North Carolina and Maine and everywhere else. But it is going to be tough for Tallarico, even with Paxton, who I like to say is carrying around a 10-piece luggage set of scandal just because of the lean there. But it is now in play. I wouldn't say Tallarico's favored, but this thing is in play and it cannot be ignored.
Yeah, I mean, Ken Paxton, my God, he makes Edwin Edwards look like Billy Graham. With all due respect to both Edwin Edwards and Billy Graham there. I mean, he's carrying some heavy baggage. You bring up a really interesting point about funding too, and it's something that if you just scan who contributed last night to races, there are these outside groups, and right now you've got these tech bros who have gone decidedly far right, MAGA right on woke issues. And right now you have Andreessen Horowitz being the largest contributors in American politics, and they're piling all their money toward MAGA candidates right now. Expect that money to be flying all over the place. Same thing in an Alabama primary last night for Senate, 3 unknowns. Who came out ahead? The guy that had crypto bros dumping millions and millions of dollars in an Alabama race that nobody knows anything about. Today, later on, we're going to have Riley Griffin with Bloomberg reporting on the largest data center ever made that's going to
So, hold on, beloveds. So I think this is all crazy. Now listen, this data center that they're going to have in Louisiana is going to have enough power to fuel Manhattan. Okay, do you all hear this? Now let's not forget that Louisiana is also home to Cancer Alley. Okay, these data centers are just getting out of control. It's just getting out of control. And they have them right near schools and daycares and all that stuff. It's just really not good. It is just not a good idea as far as I'm concerned. Now, with that all being said, when people have money, they can get their candidates to win. That's just how it goes. I mean, listen, it's all about rubbing palms. And I told you all that. And the reason Black people don't really get anywhere with these politicians is because we don't give them money. And I told you all that before. Okay, we don't give them money. We don't donate to them. We don't get together and give them something and then give them a list of what we want. And that's what it takes. That's what it takes. That's what everybody else has been doing. Okay? But in this case, it's just a sad day. Okay, so I'm going to go to this video with them talking about Trump-backed candidate beats Massie. Does this solidify Trump as a kingmaker? Please. Of course not. Absolutely not. Hold on. Let me cue this really quick. And then we're going to hear from Massie himself, what he has to say. And then we'll move on. I don't want to talk on this war too much longer than about 10 or 15 more minutes because I want to get into this other stuff, okay? Data centers dry up wells and aquifers. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I told you all, I think I showed you all a video where all the water was literally like sucked dry because of these things. It's just all nefarious.
That would be my advice to you all. Don't dig in. Don't get mad. Don't even try to get even. Just stay on your course. Get our stuff done. Get the things you care about done. We weren't really running against Ed Galrine. We weren't running against Donald Trump. We were running for what we believe in.
Massie's loss is just the latest proof of President Trump's ironclad grip on the Republican Party. Other targets, like Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana and multiple Indiana state senators, also lost their primary bids to candidates that he backed. As Kentuckians went to the polls yesterday, the president took to social media, writing and reposting insults against Massie.
So childish.
Joining
Grow
us
up.
now is national political reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Ken Thomas. Ken, thanks for joining us after a late night last night. As we just noted, we first saw this in Indiana, then this Saturday with Bill Cassidy in Louisiana, and now Thomas Massie's out. Do you think that this solidifies Trump's kingmaker status in the Republican Party, or is this more about candidate quality?
I think it's hard to see it any other way. I mean, the president has put a lot of resources into taking out these candidates who the White House views as not with them on a number of issues, and they've been successful. You know, there was a risk for them to get this heavily involved, and it has paid off. Massie, you know, had to face tens of millions of dollars in fundraising and ads against him. And you know, he ran a fairly formidable race, all things considered. But I think in the end, it was just too much.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if that money was well spent. In his concession speech, Massie said that people want somebody that will, quote, vote for principles over party. Do you think he's going to be looking for another run soon? And what do you make of Ed Galbraith? I mean, he has not necessarily been tested the way Massie has sort of avoided hard questions from media outlets, and hasn't seemed to appear more than a rubber stamp for Donald Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting that inside the room when Massie was giving his remarks, there were chants of 2028. So there's certainly among his hardcore supporters, people who want him to run again. He certainly sounded like someone who has a lot left in him politically. But I think you'll have to see what the dynamics are like in 2028 if Trump still has that hold over the party. As far as Galbraith, you know, he really played a very cautious race here. He did not go out of his way to attend forums and you know, debates and those kinds of issues. He didn't do a lot of interviews, and so you know, it's a safe seat now though. So there's not a lot of upside to him extending himself right now.
We'll see if there's maybe a Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie ticket in the future. But President Trump finally made an endorsement in the Republican Senate primary runoff in Texas yesterday, backing the state's Attorney General Ken Paxton over longtime incumbent Senator John Cornyn. President Trump made the announcement in a 672-word Truth Social post, as one does, calling Paxton a true MAGA warrior. And he highlighted the Texas Attorney General's support of ending the filibuster and the so-called Save America Act. The president didn't have harsh criticism of John Cornyn, writing, "Cornyn is a good man and I worked well with him, but he wasn't supportive of me when times were tough." The endorsement was not well received on Capitol Hill by Senator Cornyn's Republican colleagues, with several voicing opposition to the move due to Paxton's past scandals, including an indictment for securities fraud and a federal investigation on corruption allegations. Senator John Hoeven of North Dakota told reporters, quote, "Well, obviously, I support Senator Cornyn." Meanwhile, Senators Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska said they were disappointed, with Murkowski adding, quote, "I think that this puts that seat in jeopardy." And as the New York Times puts it, quote, "Stone-faced Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi refused to answer questions about the endorsement as he exited the chamber following a vote." Majority Leader John Thune, who has supported Cornyn, was asked yesterday about Trump's decision. Let's give it a listen.
I think you all know my position on this issue. I've made it very clear for months now. And Senator Cornyn is a principled conservative. He is a very effective senator for the state of Texas. And but none of us control what the president does. He made his decision about that. That doesn't change the way I feel. And I am certainly supportive of, will continue to be supportive of Senator Cornyn and his reelection.
We do not see Republican senators breaking with President Trump very often, and it usually leads to untimely outcomes for them. But is Senator Murkowski right? I mean, is this the accelerant for turning Texas blue for Democrats when it comes to Ken Paxton against James Tallarico in a general runoff?
That's the fear. Republicans are concerned that now they're going to have to spend upwards of $100 million to keep this seat safe. This is not a seat that should be in play. We're reporting this morning that Senator Tim Scott, who leads the NRSC, actually called the president before this endorsement came out and asked him to reconsider. the president obviously went forward with that. So that speaks to this concern within the Senate. I mean, also keep in mind, John Cornyn is very popular among his colleagues.
Right.
He's a former Senate leader. And so I think a lot of them would like him to continue to be in the Senate. They see him as a
Okay, boring. I'm moving on from this. It's about to. Hold on. They're just talking about how he is making the Senate much more difficult to manage. Okay, I'm not going to listen to that. He's putting me to sleep, literally. But what I will talk about is Cornel West. Okay, Dr. Cornel West. Do we need to check his credentials too? Are we checking every doctor's credentials at this point? No, but he criticizes Musk. Hold on, this isn't the video I wanted. Hold on. I want the one where he says something about. Hold on, maybe I have both of them. Let me find it real quick. I want the one where he says something about the reparations. That's the same thing I called it days ago when Trump is talking about giving money to the January 6th rioters. Okay, and basically saying that he'll drop his lawsuit against the IRS. That's just Trump trying to make backdoor deals with the IRS as far as I'm concerned, so he and his rich billionaire buddies don't have to pay taxes, which they don't already pay anyway, in my opinion. Okay, but now remember, he was supposedly suing them, was he not? Because they released his 2019 taxes or something like that. And so he said he'll just let that go if they give him $1.8 million to give his loyalists. But, black people can't get anything. When we mention it, the people who don't like us, well, you know what they say? None of you were ever slaves. Nobody that's alive today ever owned a slave. But that doesn't seem to matter when they give away the reparations and all that money that they give to BiBi and them for something that happened all the way over in Germany. Okay, please make it all make sense. And now they want to give money. Trump wants to give money to domestic terrorists, to insurrectionists. It's just all crazy. Okay, so I don't know what I did with that clip. I'm going to look for it. But while I'm looking for it, let's go to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's talk about it. Okay, Ed Galrain joins Hannity after defeating Thomas Massie. Yeah, I definitely don't want to hear what he has to say. But unless you all do you all want to hear what this man has to say, Galrain? Anyone? Do you all want to hear what he has to say? Because y'all know I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch Fox News, but I got this article because I wanted to hear what MTJ, Marjorie Taylor Greene, what she had to say. Hold on, I'm trying to stop this pop up. Okay. So now here's what they say. After Representative Thomas Massie lost the Republican U.S. House primary in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District to President Donald Trump's backed challenger, Ed Galrain, on Tuesday, former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene declared that the future of the GOP has been destroyed. Honey, forget the GOP. The future of America has been destroyed. I'm telling you now that Satan Yahoo has got his foot in. He's got a foothold already in here. He's already got people infiltrated through all realms of the government, everywhere else that he wants them. And, but at the end of the day, now this, like I said, this is going to make people think twice before they come for Trump. So now I think it's probably safe to assume that we're not going to ever get any justice for the victims of Epstein and the rest of his cohorts. So anyway, it goes on to say, I am proud and thankful to those who served in the U.S. House of Representatives with my friend Thomas Massie, a giant among weak, pathetic men. That's clearly a jab at Trump. Okay, please pay attention. Releasing the Epstein files was our demise. But it was worth every single bit because now everyone knows the truth. And she's right. Now, I don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Y'all know that. I call her Annie, get your guns. But let me just tell y'all something. Think about all the people that have fallen by the wayside simply because they wanted transparency for the Epstein files. They wanted justice for the victims. They wanted answers, just like we do. Just think about that. Trump got rid of Marjorie Taylor Greene. That was one of his loyalists. She goes on to say that releasing the files was their demise, but it was worth every single minute because now everyone knows the truth. You are ruled by the Epstein class that cares nothing about you and your elected leaders are bought and controlled by a foreign lobby. She's not lying. She's absolutely not lying. And we all know it to be true. It should be treason, if you ask me. Now, with that all being said, tonight, the future of the Republican Party was destroyed. The real America First movement will rise, led by the younger generations who hate the old guard with an unquenchable passion. Let us pray that we have a country left by the time these creatures are gone. Ooh, honey, I'm telling you, listen, now it seems like she's probably thinking straight. Because this is exactly what I've been thinking. Are we going to have a country left? What's going to happen to our children and grandchildren in the future? They're about to turn this whole thing, in my opinion, into the Handmaid's Tale. Okay, into the Handmaid's Tale. They're going to take us back to Jim Crow. You have all of these racist devils coming up out of the woodwork, calling black folk the N-word. I mean, they've already been doing it, but now it's amped up. Trying to start race wars and all of this foolishness. Okay, the elderly black man, 80 years old, got attacked by a 30-some-year-old Caucasian man, okay, a couple of weeks ago. Then we have this woman getting beat up by this white woman. Now, you know, I'm going to tell you like this. I really don't think this was about race because the two girls that helped her looked like they were black. Okay, one of them looked like she was light-skinned, black nonetheless. So I don't think that was racially motivated. I just think that the girl who did it, well, let me say this. Here's the thing. The fight per se may not have been about race, but this whole situation of how she has not been arrested, okay, August Horner, that's definitely about race because it's always about race, one way or another, okay, one way or another. And the whole case with Carmelo Anthony is too. And we're going to talk about both of those because I'm going to make some stark comparisons. Now, with that being said, let's go to this clip with Dr. Cornel West. I'm going to look for the other clip that I want. But so anyway, Marjorie Taylor Greene sounds like she's fed up at this point. She said, are we even going to have a country left? And that's what we all should be asking ourselves, because what have I been telling you all for almost 2 years now? I have been telling you all that Trump is purposely dismantling the United States from the inside out. And now when I tell you all exactly why he's doing this, in my opinion, that's on another broadcast. But when I tell y'all, I figured out something that the Republicans are doing, that Trump is doing, and it is so nefarious, okay? We're going to talk about that sometime this week. But for now, let's go to this clip.
And this is deeper than the politics. He uses the language of abomination. Now, see, that's biblical. The Hebrew scripture, that means what? What God loathes and hates. And you turn to the New Testament, Jesus, Luke 16:15 says, it's an abomination to God to love money more than God. And loving God, we got the brother from Marist University here, our dear Catholic brother. We know loving God means loving neighbor and giving a priority to the least of these, the poor and working people. So then the question becomes, is the budget itself immoral and unjust when it comes to taking from the poor and giving to the rich, redistributing the wealth available to the poor, because the poor are getting cut in Medicaid and others, and the rich are benefiting. It may not be a vicious, callous thing, but these are the effects and consequences. So it's interesting that the richest man in the world, using biblical language, with Jesus is talking about love of money, is the very thing
I will
that
say
gets in
this.
the way of love of
I'm not
God.
sure that Elon is concerned about the cuts.
I know
You
Elon
know,
didn't say that.
No, he didn't say what I
He's
said,
not
because I'm
concerned
talking about
about the cuts. In fact,
priorities.
he wants more. If it were up to him, he would cut a lot
Absolutely, that's true.
Elon Musk came in, served a function for Doge, and they had some success, some controversy, some failure. That's been documented at this table for the last 3 months. The thing that Elon Musk doesn't understand is how to make the sausage. And if this feels like a rerun, it's because we were exactly in this position 3 or 4 weeks ago when the House was struggling to come up with the votes to pass the big, beautiful bill, right?
Are you single? Maybe you're divorced or new in town. It's time to meet your match with Events and Adventures. Whether you're low-key or adventurous, come hang out with
At the end of the day, you're going to see some of these senators come home, right? They are not going to be responsible in their home states for the biggest tax increase on the middle class, right? They are not going to be the ones who eliminate taxes on tips, taxes on overtimes. They're not going to do it. So even though there's a lot of talk now about the need to cut more spending, I believe there will be more spending cut. But at the end of the day, there's going to be some compromise.
They have to cut, though, Joe. I just don't know how it's possible to balance this thing, looking at projections over the next several decades, to not have some pretty extreme cuts. There's going to be a lot of pissed off people, Abby, if I'm being honest, but it's the only way to balance the budget.
Nothing has eliminated the deficit and its effect on sort of the economy more than economic growth over the last decades. The total spend on the Vietnam War was $168 billion. That's half of what HUD spends today, right? So just general economic growth down the road. This bill does that. It provides $11,000 in spending for each in take-home pay for each American. It provides tax credits, $2,500 for every family.
I mean, there's some good things in the bill. I don't disagree with you on that, Joe.
This is a stimulus.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree in protecting and codifying tax cuts. I think that's a good point as well. But again, we're conservatives. We've always been about austerity. We've always been about passing on an economic condition that is stronger for generations to come. I think we can go a whole lot further. I think Musk is right. There needs to be more cuts.
You know what? I want more cuts, but the sausage takes a lot of squeezing to make.
Conservative of the old sort. Trump had nothing to do with the conservatism you all talking about.
The irony is that there are all these members, Republicans in the House, who are now all of a sudden, now that Elon is speaking up, they're like, Scott Perry says, Elon is right to call out House leadership. I wish I had a nickel for every time the Freedom Caucus sounded the alarm and nobody listened, only to find out the hard way that we were right all along. We expect massive improvements from the Senate before it gets back to the House. Anyone want to guess what how Scott Perry voted on this bill? Yes, no?
Well, tell us.
He voted yes. Okay. He supported the bill.
And
I mean, I guess he thinks it's the Senate's job to produce a good bill.
Okay, I'm going to move on from that one because, like I said, that's not the one I was looking for, but I did find it. And then, did you all know that the IRS is supposed to be forever barred from auditing Trump's family? Did y'all know that? We're going to talk about that next. The report came out like 14 minutes ago from CNN. And then also MS Now says this is an illegal slush fund, okay, at Trump's direction. Got to be talking about that $1.8 million that he wants to give to those thugs, okay, that rioted at the Capitol. Trump is a low-down, dirty dog. And I don't know how some black folk are still black MAGA. They must be brainwashed. I don't know how they're still supporting this man. I mean, even after he put out that video of President Barack Obama and Michelle depicted as monkeys. I don't know what is wrong with some of these people. Let's get into it because Dr. Cornel West destroys Scott Jennings over reparations debate on CNN. Let's get into it. And here's the thing. I'm glad that Dr. Cornel West is calling what Trump is trying to give them reparations, because that's what I called it. Okay, as soon as y'all remember, you heard it here first. I reported that story first. Now, and I called it reparations because that's exactly what it is. He feels that they should be repaired for some wrong that was done upon them. But here's the problem with that. How can you compensate a people for wrongs that you feel happened to them when they, in fact, instigated the wrongs? Okay? They went to the Capitol. They went in there and climbed all over it like monkeys, went inside. People lost their lives, putting poop on the wall, stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop, kicked up with feet up on people's desk, breaking things, spraying people with bear spray, attacking and harassing officers. And also rest in peace to Officer Brian Sicknick. Okay? And Ashley Babbitt. But with that all being said, these people should be in prison for life as far as I'm concerned. Because when you're in the commission of a felony, you see how the law doesn't work when they don't want it to, but how it does work when they want it to. Because all of those people, and I told you all this back then when they did this, after people lost their lives, if you're engaged in felonious activities and anyone dies, even if you didn't kill them with your hands, If you didn't physically kill them, even if they died in the commission of felonies, you're supposed to get charged with that murder. And so all of those people who were illegally there rioting and acting like fools, they should have been charged with the death of Officer Brian Sicknick and as well as Ashley Babbitt. Okay? But that didn't happen. Instead, they got pardoned by Trump's stupid self. Okay? But let's continue. Likes up, everyone, please. Like and share. Okay, here we go. You know, it's nothing I love better than seeing somebody go in on, you know what?
Keeping my skin.
I got the wrong video. Damn it. I got the wrong video. I got the one where this guy's giving his commentary. I think that's what this is, and I don't want that one. Okay, so you all check this out about the auditing, and then I'll get the right one because I literally just saw two of them, and I clicked on the wrong one. Okay, here we go. IRS forever barred from auditing Trump and family. I mean, this is what I've been telling you all from day one. Trump is grifting. He's making all these billions of dollars for himself and his family. And now he's gotten the IRS barred from ever auditing them because they're not going to pay their damn taxes. And has he ever been paying his taxes? I have several questions.
Between President Trump and the IRS. The Justice Department is now forever barred from auditing Trump. The addendum, which was quietly added Tuesday, says that the government cannot examine tax returns of the president, his family, his company, or related companies. It applies to anything filed before the agreement was reached, which was on Monday.
Democrats and Republicans are skeptical about a lot of this, worried that the funds could even go to pay violent January 6th rioters. Here is what Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell just told John last hour.
How do I feel about that? I think this is one of the most outrageous, unethical things I have yet to see this administration do. And all indications are that they clearly are targeting. Some of the January 6 people that have been convicted are talking about taking this money and using it to compensate people that were then victims of other crimes that they did. And this deal that he's cutting for immunity is absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. We've never seen anything like this in the history of the United States.
CNN's Elena Train tracking this one. She's joining us now with much more on this. What are you hearing from the White House about this one?
Yeah, look, there's obviously a lot of scrutiny, Kate, that is being paid to this new settlement that they have worked on. And I do want to focus on what you just brought up about this new addendum that we saw posted to the Justice Department website yesterday, essentially saying that in this settlement, the IRS cannot go after the president, his family members, or their businesses, again, for past potentially, it's backwards looking for past violations or anything like that, at least for now. I'd remind you, though, that, of course, the president can always file some sort of blanket pardon when he leaves office to protect him from any future consequences. Now, I do want to say we knew from our reporting last week, Kate, that this was something that the president's attorneys at the Justice Department, the lawyers at the IRS and others were looking at, including lawyers here at the White House, and they were discussing this potential move to protect the president and members of his family. So we knew that this was something that they were considering. But of course, this raises even more questions because, there's a lot of people in the Trump administration and specifically Trump administration's lawyers that are overseeing this personally. A lot of these people were the president's personal former attorneys. That includes Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, had previously worked to represent the president. Now, people are asking, how can you file this $10 billion lawsuit against your own government and have your own personal attorneys look at this?
Let's talk about this. Joining us right now is Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Let's talk on this DOJ fund. You heard what Congresswoman Debbie Dingell thinks about it. What is your reaction to it overall? And now this addendum, I guess, if you will, that we're hearing about, which is that it's barring the IRS forever from bringing claims against the president for past tax issues.
That's what happens when you make your personal attorney the Attorney General of the United States. Corruption's the name of the game for the Trump administration.
Hold on here. Sheriff Quan's in here talking ish. Said, Queen, you are not the first person because Don Lemon talked about that last weekend. What did Don Lemon talk about last weekend, beloved? What did he talk about last weekend? About the January 6ers getting that money? Did he talk about the January 6ers getting that money? He may have beat me to the punch, beloved. He may have beat me to the punch, but usually when I say you heard it here first, you actually did. Okay, so thanks for bursting my bubble, but let's continue. I happen to like Don Lemon. Okay, let's continue.
Crypto coin raised millions from Chinese billionaires. His son-in-law's private equity firm is raising millions from Middle Eastern billionaires. And now the president is seeking to raise millions directly from the United States taxpayer. And that matters to Americans. One, because the blatant corruption undermines respect for the rule of law. It makes criminals like those January 6 rioters think they can get away with it and continue to do harm, as they are currently out in American cities and streets. And two, because the money matters. I mean, the Environmental Protection Administration just cut a couple $2 billion from clean water funds meant to take PFAS, forever chemicals, out of municipal water utilities. That $1.8 billion, that could be funding clean water for...
Wait a damn minute. Did I just hear him right? Did he just say that they have forever chemicals in the water? Do you all hear this? Tenny Shree said, yes, he talked about it yesterday and Monday, but I heard it here first, Queen. Thank you, beloved. Okay, I think I got him beat, Chef Quan. You said he talked about it last weekend, honey. I don't think the story came out last weekend, boo-boo. Are you talking about this weekend as in a few days ago? We're going to have to fact check, okay? I'm going to have to look at his time stamp because we got, okay, Tenny Shree said that's not the case, and they heard it here first, okay? Chef Quan, I think you're hating, beloved, but let's continue. All right, this is all but forever chemicals in the water. Oh, I'm glad I drink spring water. This is all crazy.
Schools and for cities, but right now it's funding Donald Trump's vengeance campaign.
My panel is back with me. So that is the problem, though. There's no limitations. There's no exclusions, as we know, et cetera. There is the concern about who might be eligible and therefore could actually collect tax-funded money through a slush fund. This seems to me such a political misstep, given that it would not only include people who are January 6 rioters, but also include people who are like Letitia James or James Comey, who would say, I've been wrong. Do I get paid? Why do this?
Maybe Hunter Biden too. I don't know. First of all, I think you got to have some preclusions there. You cannot allow people who attack law enforcement to access these funds. I think most Republicans would probably agree.
But he didn't say that.
I know
Why
the
not?
Attorney General didn't say that. I think his response was he's going to nominate 5 people, and then they will determine the rules and structures by which people can request these funds. But that said, though,
completely invented. This is.
I wasn't done in a minute. But that said, though, and I'll be quick here, so my friend can jump in just really quickly. From a conservative perspective, this sounds a lot like a reparation. And traditionally, conservatives aren't in support of utilizing taxpayer dollars to just give to people. Now, there is a grievance process by which they could sue the federal government if they wanted to for a redress of said grievances. But to utilize taxpayer dollars for, again, effectively a reparation, I'm just not in support of that at all.
Then why you're saying it's wholly
Go ahead,
invented,
Lulu.
obviously. Okay.
Let me tell you something. I'm darn sure not in support of it at all. Because anytime we start asking for reparations, which we are in fact owed, you have all these racist MAGAs coming up out of the woodwork talking about, oh, I don't want to give you all my taxpayers' money. Isn't that what they always say? But you mean to tell us that Trump wants to take our taxpayer money and then give it to them? Everybody should file exempt. Okay, if that's the case. It's no way, Jose. It's a no for me, but let's continue.
I know we all have the memory of goldfish in this moment, but let us recall that this was a secret, because basically it was exposed by my paper, the New York Times, sort of lawsuit from Donald Trump to his own Department of Justice for $10 billion with a B dollars that wasn't public until the press made it public. So he was trying to line his pockets with taxpayer money for his own grievances. When that was going to go to court and clearly was going to be questioned, all of a sudden there is this settlement that is $1.7 billion, again, of our money, taxpayer money, that goes to whomever Todd Blanche, the president's former personal attorney, decides, just to
just to give you the sequence of events here.
Well, it's not Todd deciding directly himself. Again, I just
Oh,
want
no,
to
he's
clear,
appointing
clear
the
that.
people.
Hold on, Todd Blanche,
decide.
working at the Justice Department, Todd Blanche should not even be involved in this settlement. The fact that his former client is the president. CNN had a story last week about how career officials had told Todd Blanche and Amal Bovey, who is now a judge, that they should recuse themselves from certain matters. Now, Todd
Wade,
Blanche
you said he
says,
has
and
done
Todd Blanche
that.
said he's done that.
He
But
did.
he is on Capitol Hill, not saying that he has been recused from this settlement. He should absolutely be recused because this involves his former client. To be honest with you, in the matter, in the tax
The client
matter,
who isn't getting anything directly from this.
but he's the
just to
one,
be
but,
clear.
but the client is the one who dictated what the settlement is.
Hold on, you
And
don't-
at the end of the day, he is the one who is implementing it.
You don't think that
all a damn
Donald
shame.
Trump gets even a political benefit from having essentially said, I'm going to make sure that my platform of weaponization now has a dollar attached to it?
Political? No, because I think
I don't.
And let's go to what Dr. Cornell West has to say, and then I'm going to show one more video after this, and we're going to get into another topic. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance.
And what is wrong?
Well, I'll
If
give you-
Trump is willing to pay this money, are you willing to say that Trump is wrong on this issue?
Well, I don't know if the president was involved in it or not.
Back here on Abby Phillips' CNN show.
Now, hold on. See, this is what I want to tell you all. See how Scott Jennings just sat there and said, and he knows he's lying. He just sat there and said, well, I don't know if the president was in on it or not. Now, another thing is the other day, I meant to tell you all that I heard Trump say the same thing. He said, oh, no, it wasn't my idea. I didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with it. But they do say that they want to give them the money. You know, they feel like they were unfairly treated during the nefarious Biden administration. He didn't say nefarious because, you know, Trump doesn't even know that word. That's me saying that. But this is what Trump was sitting up there lying and saying, as if anyone else would be obtuse enough to come up with this idea. And we literally just saw the video where they said that he's trying to bar them from auditing him. So you mean to tell me Trump didn't have anything to do with it? Of course he did. And Scott Jennings needs to stop lying, okay? He needs to stop lying.
Professor Cornell West and Scott Jennings discussed how Donald Trump's administration quieted down a massive $5 million taxpayer-funded settlement for the Harry Dunn and Julie Roginski.
Injured, those who died as a result of their injuries or other aspects of their service on January 6th, did they get anything? No settlements for those folks.
Not even money, but just even an acknowledgement. I'm just thinking about Brian Signick.
Well, yes, and you know what? And see, that's what I just said. Didn't I bring him up? Officer Brian Signick, if anyone was going to get any type of compensation for the January 6th riots, they should give it to the people, the families of the people who died there. Okay? Officer Brian Signick and Ashley Babbitt's family. Not the thugs who went up there and had explosives. Did you all forget that some of these people literally went up there with explosives? Okay? Causing all kind of havoc.
His mother still waiting for a call from the president. Look, it's under no circumstances, should anybody's death be celebrated or somebody lost their daughter, somebody lost a sister, a mother, and it's unfortunate that somebody lost their life there. But what message does it send that an individual, if she lived, she would have been charged. She would have been charged with a crime. She would have been a criminal. What message does that send out there to not just everyday citizens, but to people other criminals at the Capitol who may have been.
Now, that's a good point that he's making. I have to give credit where it's due. That's true because Ashley Babbitt was, in fact, illegally at the Capitol. She was one of the thugs. So I'm sorry, her family, they shouldn't get anything either. But definitely Officer Brian Signick, he was a Capitol Police officer. Okay, now, Blessed Child of Yah says, Queen, have you talked about the Ebola outbreak yet? Ebola outbreak, girl, what? There's an Ebola outbreak? Please don't play with me. Are you serious right now? Let me look real quick. Thank you for your insight to the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Please, peace, love, and blessings. Ebola. I haven't heard anything about an Ebola outbreak since 2015. Okay, when I had to buy those masks. because I thought it was going to be drastic. But you mean, please don't tell me there's another one. Honey, I got to get the hell out of this country. What is really going on here? When did you even hear this? And how come I haven't heard it? Teeny Shree said, yep, my son said it yesterday. Wavy Down said, yes, Ebola is going ham, Queen. What? In the Congo? That's where it started last time, somewhere over there in Africa. Okay, but y'all know that somebody, I'm not going to call any names because I don't want any problem with ScrewTube, but I told y'all this years ago. There's a certain person whose name shall remain unmentioned, but allegedly has a patent on Ebola. Okay, I saw the paperwork. Okay, I saw the paperwork. Hold on. Oh my God, Lord, not an Ebola outbreak. Oh my Lord, they got updates. We're going to have to talk about this. Lieutenant Muxwell said big Ebola is spreading. Ugh, Lord, y'all about to make me depressed. Y'all are about to send me into a whole depression. Anyway, let's continue.
And
let's continue.
Sprayed by police or may have been hit by police. Do they get to sue and now be rewarded because their record's clean with Donald Trump pardoning them?
Yeah, I mean, those are important sort of downstream effects of all this. I mean, does this open the door, Scott, to all these other people suing the police officers that they assaulted?
Yeah, I mean, he raises legitimate questions. I mean, it's a tragic situation because someone died. And it's also a tragic situation because brave police officers were put in harm's way. I'm very defensive of police officers. I back the blue. I think police officers protect us and deserve our support and our admiration. So
would anybody ask you all of that? Just get to the answer of the question that was asked.
That's my view.
I got to pause here for a second. Did you hear that?
He must have some warrants or something, okay? And whoever's doing the voiceover said, I got to pause this for a second. Did you hear that? Let's hear what they have to say. Now I'm curious.
Scott Jennings sits there with a straight face doing the whole I back the blue, I'm very defensive of police officers routine while actively carrying water for Donald Trump. The same Donald Trump who literally just pardoned the Proud Boys and J6 rioters who were caught on camera brutalizing law enforcement. You see, guys like Scott Jennings only care about law enforcement when it works as a political prop. The second Donald Trump decides to hand out millions of dollars of your tax money to the family of someone who broke into the Capitol, Scott Jennings suddenly loses his ability to read basic facts.
This should have never happened. On the settlement, look, they were asking for 30. They got 5. I don't know all the facts internally. I've just seen the reporting about whether they thought maybe a jury would side with her. I don't know.
But isn't this?
But I don't. So it's hard for me to know what facts they were looking at internally about what litigation might have.
He's lying. Get him, Dr. Cornell, please. Get him.
Produced. But it is in my opinion, a tragic situation for everyone. The person who died, the police officer who was involved, who by the way was vindicated in internal reports and internal investigations.
Well, that's the point that I'm going to make. So it was a wrongful death settlement. What was wrong then? If he wasn't charged, he was cleared in multiple investigations. What was wrong?
Here we go. I personally wonder what was wrong with it too.
I'm a supporter of the police, but my support of the police doesn't only occur on January 6th. Are we not aware that these kind of cases happen all the time? In fact, New York City just settled a $13 million case after George Floyd protest. People that assaulted police officers here in New York City got $13.5 million.
Does that make it okay? We don't need whataboutisms right now.
I'm not whataboutism.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not a January 6th, I wish I was there guy. I'm not that at all. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying we should be clear that people who are the victims of police mistreatment have a right to sue. This sort of thing does happen all the time. Cornell, you are routinely.
I think that's the question. Is she a victim of police mistreatment?
People who are the victims of a police shooting, right or wrong, have a right to sue in this country.
Okay, but is she a victim of police mistreatment?
Exactly.
According to the settlement, she is.
Well,
hold on. Let me just say this, please. Greta said a lie doesn't care who's telling it. Exactly, honey, as long as it gets told. Now, let me go back to, I think it was Adrian that asked me the question, do I drink still drink tap water? Beloved, I literally said, I don't know why y'all don't be listening. I'm gonna buy all y'all some Q-tips and ship them to you for free of charge. I literally said that I only drink, I said, I'm glad I drink spring water, beloved. I haven't drank tap water since, honey, I can't, at least 3 decades. I can't even tell you when's the last time. I can't even tell you when is the last time. Desmond talking about my bad. What did you do? Did you do something? Because I'm talking to Adrian. Okay? Or Andrea. It was Adrian or Andrea. Somebody said that because I put the comment on the screen. Do I still drink tap water? Y'all got jokes today, I guess. D Major Scale It Up said, not 3 decades. Yes, honey. Yes. That's about how long it's been. Almost. Almost. Okay? Mm-hmm. Let me just say, we're in 2026 and 4 more years, it'll be 3 decades because I haven't drank tap water since about 2000. And I'm not even joking. Why are you hollering, honey? See, that's why my brain functions at a very high level, in case you missed it. You see, I don't have my pineal gland all calcified and all of that, or from the fluoride that they definitely put in tap water. Okay, I don't even use fluoride, toothpaste with fluoride in it. Okay, I use organic toothpaste. All right, but anyway, let me stop putting y'all all in my business. Let's continue.
But see, the question here, though, is, though, but it's not a question of just money. It's a question of what is right and what is wrong. If Trump is willing to pay this money, are you willing to say that Trump is wrong on this issue?
Well, I don't know if the president was involved in it or not.
He's willing to pay the money.
Let me just read to you what he said about.
Because
let me just say this.
Yeah.
The regular pivot to whataboutism. He brings up New York City protests because he cannot defend the fact that Donald Trump openly called a Capitol police officer a thug. Let's be clear. The officer who shot Ashley Babbitt was protecting lawmakers who were hiding for their lives. He was cleared by the FBI, the Metropolitan Police, and internal investigations. It was done by the book. But Donald Trump calls him a such, and pundits like Scott Jennings just nod along. Thank God for Cornel West. When Cornel West looks at him and says, right and wrong cuts deeper than the team, he strikes at the very heart of the MAGA rot. They don't care about the rule of law. It's a game to them.
It sure is, and they're very hypocritical and contradictory. Okay, we're going to get back to that in a second. Now, I like this AI. This AI is very intelligent. Okay, Lieutenant Maxwell says, but Queen, how do you know if the bottlers don't just put tap water in the bottle and lie on the label? Honey, I'm so glad you asked. Okay, you see, that's why I have this little kit that I use where you can test the water's pH balance, the level of pH in the water. But also, they have a website, I do believe it's called water.com, and you can go right on there and type in whatever kind of water you're thinking about buying or that you've already bought and see what sort of ingredients they put in there. And if you start seeing stuff like, just ingredients and stuff, because why the hell are they putting ingredients in water? Then maybe you might not want to drink it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's how. But here's the thing, the water that I drink, I don't have to test it any longer because I've been drinking the same water for years. It's the best as far as I'm concerned, and it's bottled at the source. Okay, now I'm not going to say the name of it because they're not paying me for a sponsorship or a brand deal, but let's continue.
Part of the problem is it's hard for us to be able to generate the kind of bonds of trust that we must have if people are not willing to stand on principle and integrity as opposed to just being on one team and being hard on the other team and somebody else on the other team being hard on the other team. Right and wrong cuts deeper than the team.
But
She's talking about what's right and what's wrong.
Professor Witt, does she have the right to sue?
She didn't sue because
Sure, she has the right to sue. Of course she has the right to sue.
Is she justified doing it?
She has the right to do it, and it goes through a process, and we see whether it's right or whether it's wrong.
No, she wasn't justified. No, what do you mean? Wrongful death is what she sued, or her state sued for.
But people can sue for anything and be wrong, though,
understand that, but I'm saying he was cleared in those investigations.
Right.
So what was wrongful? An investigation by the FBI and Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police turned up zero wrongdoing.
No evidence.
So what is wrongful about this settlement?
There's another case here in New York where an officer was, the shooting was found to have been done by the book. The guy's name was Ramarley Graham. I don't think he should die. I don't want the guy to die. The police officer was not charged. It was done by the patrol guide of the NYPD. And that guy got $4 million. Okay. I'm against massive police settlements for victims when the officer is not at fault. I'm with you on this. I just don't know why we're so shocked and appalled when this family, who was the victim of a police shooting, I don't think she should have died.
Because it happened one of the darkest days in our American history.
I'll tell you why. Can I just tell you why?
Does she deserve to die?
No. Can I tell you why, though? Because this insurrection was perpetuated by the same person whose administration settled this case. So it's not like there was some jury or there was some sort of independent body that gave her this money. This money was given to her by the man who even Scott Jennings at one point said incited this insurrection. His name is Donald Trump.
No, it's coming from taxpayers.
Well, it is
Donald Trump.
Okay, so now they're getting too messy, and I have to get out of that because I didn't even realize we're already an hour in. I didn't mean to talk about this for any longer than 30 or 40 minutes, okay? So we're already behind schedule. That being said, D Major said, Queen, isn't it okay to use fluoride toothpaste in moderation? I thought your teeth needed some fluoride. Do I look like a dentist, young man? Do I look like a dentist? Listen, I'm not going to give you any medical advice, okay? But what I will say is I don't ever, under any stretch of anyone's imagination, including yours, use fluoride. Why would I want to use it when it's one of the main ingredients in a nuclear bomb? If you don't believe me, go ask BiBi. I'm sure he can tell you. And it's also one of the ingredients in a rat's poison. Beloved, I don't need to use it at all, not even in moderation. Okay, so I use fluoride-free toothpaste and I've been doing so for years. Okay, but D Majors, you see, now it's all making sense, beloved. You see, now it's making sense. Okay? Now it's all making sense. Just Anticipate said, Queen said she has time today. I certainly do. Hey, Emperor Rex, thanks for tuning in. Political Win said people still using fluoride. Yes, sadly they are. And here's the thing. D Major, now it's all starting to add up, beloved. You know, you share with us every day a little bit, and the more you share, the more I start to peel back the layers of the onion, and I can start figuring out. Tinny Shree said, ask your dentist, not the queen. Next topic. I was going to say is that D Major, now I see why me and you bump heads every now and then. Y'all notice how me and D Major bump heads every now and then? Now it's all adding up. Because you've been taking that fluoride, okay? And that pineal gland's got a whole bunch of calcium all over it, calcified clearly. You can't think straight. So that's it. So now I'm going to have to stop going in on you, beloved. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I did not know. Okay? But let's continue. Let's go. Now we're going to talk about this story with Miss Anita Grayson, because you guys, they're likely not going to Sheila said, yes, Queen, y'all be bumping. Exactly. But now I understand why. Uh-oh, here we go. Okay. Athena, one who loves God, says, the water I drink that's bottled at the source, it's Crystal Geyser. I was told by a holistic doctor that would be one of the best waters to drink. It has to say bottled at the source. Bingo! That's what I'm talking about right there. That's the water I was talking about. Okay, since you said it, yes, that's the water I drink. I can show you every time you see me with this, that's what I'm drinking. Crystal Geyser. Okay? I just wasn't going to give them the free advertisement, but yes, absolutely. It's bottled at the source. Okay, there's no ingredients in it. All right, and so thank you, beloved. Now, with that all being said, let's talk about this situation that happened with Anita Grayson, because these cops, like I told you all yesterday, I said they're probably going to let this lady get off, twist the narrative, and try to paint the victim as the villain. Didn't I tell you all that? Now, but what I want you all to think about before we get into it, I'm going to show you the video as well. And I can show it on YouTube because the police have posted it on YouTube. So if they've got it on YouTube, then that means we can show it on YouTube. So I'm going to be showing that. Now, here's the thing. I want you all to pay attention to something. Because you see, in this case, the police are basically trying to act as though Miss Anita was the problem, that she was the aggressor and she came in. But I'm going to prove to you that she was not the aggressor. Okay, that she was not the aggressor, and that things and actions that were taken should not have been taken. And also, I want you all to compare this to the Carmelo Anthony situation, because here's why. When I was on TikTok yesterday, because I did a video about this, it got pretty good views. I did a TikTok about it. And so, you know, there were a couple of racist MAGA types on there, and they were saying, oh, it's self-defense. She was the aggressor. The lady hit her, da-da-da. Now, I find that interesting because these are the same mofos, okay? These are the same racist devils who, when Carmelo Anthony murdered in self-defense Austin Metcalf, what did they say? Didn't you remember me telling you all? I said they act as though not Austin, but they act as though Carmelo didn't have a right to defend himself. But you see, that's the problem in this country. You see, the racist devils, now mind you, I'm not talking about all white folk, not the good ones, but I'm talking about the racist people. They always act as though Black people don't have the right to defend ourselves. There's video footage of a Black man walking down the street in a right to carry state with his gun visible. Officers roll up, order him to get down on the ground in the street. They don't ask him, sir, can you produce your paperwork or you have license to carry? They immediately criminalize him and make him get down on the ground. But a white man walks into Dunkin' Donuts with the same type of gun. It was an AR-15. And nobody says anything. The police don't say a word. So you see, it's a problem with Black people having and owning guns. It's a problem with Black people defending ourselves against white people. Okay? Remember the white guy who broke in the dispensary in Oklahoma, broke in that Black man's business, and the Black man shot him and killed him because he was afraid for he and his wife and his child's lives. He didn't know who that man was, and what the hell was he doing breaking in? Committing a whole felony. But they put that man in jail. He went to prison. And you know what the excuse was that they used to do so? Because he did have a right to stand his ground. But the thing they used was a technicality, because you see, the fact that he owned that business, he was supposed to have his license. It was supposed to be current. But remember, the pandemic was going on, so everything was shut down. Courts were doing things on Zoom rather than having people physically come to the courts. A lot of businesses were doing things like that, having Zoom meetings and whatnot. And so the guy had wanted to go and renew his license, but the place wasn't open. So it had been postponed. That's why he didn't have it. But that wasn't good enough. As soon as they found out his license was expired, they said, you don't have any business operating this business in the first place. So even if he did break in here, you had no business to shoot him. That took away his self-defense. Okay? That took away his self-defense. You see, people love to tell us that it's not about race. Oh, y'all are making it about race. Oh, you always got to bring out the race card. Well, you know, that everything that happens in the United States, just about everything that happens between Black people and white people, it's usually about race. Okay? Quite frankly, it's always about race. Even when the situation itself may not necessarily be about race, but the way the police will deal with it or the judge deals with it, it will likely be about race. I just saw a case the other day on X where a Black guy did some sort of robbery, and the amount of points that he got was the same amount that a white guy got for a robbery. They had the same exact points. Now, you know, that determines the points you have. That determines the sentencing guidelines. Okay, like the amount of time that you could get or whatever. So the judge, and it's up to the judge's discretion. So the judge gave the white guy 2 years. Anyone want to guess how much the Black guy got? And they were both around the same age. The white guy was 19. The Black guy was 23. Now, if the white guy got 2 years, I think he got 3. He got 2 or 3. I'm going to say 3 because that's more. So he got 3 years. How many do you think the Black man got? Put it in the chat. Take a guess. Put it in the chat. For robbery. Somebody said 5. Somebody said 10. Adrian says life. No, it wouldn't be a life sentence because robbery. Nobody got killed, just a robbery. Okay? And it didn't even say it was an armed robbery, though it may have been, but it didn't say that either of their cases was armed robbery. And I don't think it was because the white guy probably would have had to get a little bit more time. So here's the thing. The black guy got 26 years. And this went before, and here's the kicker. They both had the same exact charges, same exact amount of points, and they both went to the same judge on the same day. On the same day. Facts. You can look it up. They both went to the same exact judge on the same day. The judge gave the white guy 3 years, gave that black man 26. He was 23 years old. By the time he gets out, he's going to be 50 years old. You know why they do that? Because really, and I've told you all this before, because a cop got heard saying this on the audio. He was accidentally or secretly recorded or whatever. But they do this all on purpose. For one, remember the audio I played for you where the cop said that he purposely tries to escalate situations with black people, like a traffic stop or whatever. He purposely tries to escalate it to a felony because he doesn't want black people to own guns and he doesn't want black people to be able to vote. You think he's the only cop that thinks that way? Of course not. Of course not. Okay, so these are the reasons. But also, remember that time that sheriff had a press conference and he had arrested 5 black people for shoplifting? Now, shoplifting is a crime, but it's not a serious crime. They didn't go in there with guns blazing and rob anyone. They were in there stealing, which they should have been doing, and clearly they deserve consequences. But my point is, the sheriff, if you remember, what did he say out of his mouth? He said, oh, they're going around here stealing, shoplifting, and I bet you they got about 5 or 10 kids. Yeah, that's why they need to be locked up for life. People like them need to be locked up for life, so they can't be having all these kids. That's a problem for them. And if you remember, I told you that they still do black people to this day, like the Egyptians in the Bible did the Hebrew Israelites. Remember how the Pharaoh told the midwives that any of the Hebrew male children born to drown them, because one day they're going to be, more, and there's going to be more of them because they were growing. It was so many of them being born and they were strong and all of that. He said one day they're going to overcome, they're going to overtake us, and then they're going to be in charge and enslave us. Now, that's not exactly what he said, but that's what he was getting at. And that's why he was doing that. But you see, that's what the people who don't like us, that's what they still do to this day. And all of this racist stuff that's going on right now is going on because their birth rates is going down and the death rate is going up. That's why that paper that I read to you the other day, and if you missed it, you really need to go back and watch, about the Handmaid's Tale agenda. That's why you saw in there when I showed it to you that they're talking about paying people, white people, not us, but they're talking about paying people $2,500 if you get married before the age of 30. And then they'll give you $1,000 for each child. And then by the time you're 30, they'll give you like 30-something thousand dollars. Okay? Because they want to pay them to have children, because they know that it has been projected that by the year 2040, this country, this nation, will be predominantly black and brown. Okay? And they can't have that. Ashkan, hello, says the line between good and evil has never been clearer. Exactly. Exactly. You really can see it. So now I'm going to go to my TikTok that I did about Miss Anita Grayson, and then we're going to watch the video. But we're also going to listen to what other people had to say. We're going to revisit the case of Carmelo Anthony, and we're going to compare the two. Okay, so likes up, everyone, please. A like and share. Thank you in advance. And let me say this too. This is kind of off topic, but let me say this. Ashkan just made me think about it. So last night I was watching this new show on Netflix by 50 Cent, and there were these Persians in there, and I knew they were real Persians too. At least a couple of them were. And I was just looking at how attractive these people are. And I said, I wonder if that's why BiBi Netanyahu can't stand the Iranians. Said he's probably hating on them. Okay, I said he's probably hating on their good looks, the fact that they used to rule the world, and they're one of the oldest civilizations and all of that. And I said, let me just do a little research. And so I looked it up, and just as sure as I was thinking, it's exactly what it said, that they have always been known for their beauty and good looks and their style and all of that. And if you notice, when you see them going to meetings, like when you see what's the one y'all said? Who was that? Juju or somebody, D Major Scaling, or somebody said that I had that man up there. No, it was songwriter Sonny. He said I played that man's video and he wasn't even talking about nothing. I just wanted to put him up there. The foreign minister, Abbas Arakchi. If you notice that whenever he and the other leaders go to meetings, they never have on ties. They never have on like suit coats and ties or whatever, and button downs and whatever. They don't dress like that because they try so much not to be indoctrinated or not to fall in line with the Western's idea of, how people should dress. They try to stay away from that. D Major said Iranians are beautiful people. Yes, they absolutely are. Okay, so now with that all being said, Claudette said, I remember that. Okay, so now, without further ado, let's get into it because I really want you all to give me your honest thoughts. Now, you may agree with me and you may not, but if you don't agree, that's fine. You all know that we can have contrary opinions and views on here, okay? But let's just let everyone respect everyone and nobody get out of pocket like Indigo did the other day. All right, let's get into it.
Clover, I'm Dr. Ahmadiyyah Shakur. A 75-year-old woman by the name of Anita Grayson lost her life after she was viciously attacked by a Karen. Let's get into it. So on May 13th, 75-year-old Anita Grayson entered the Tim Robbins establishment at 3975 Ice Way in Fort Wayne, Indiana. There, she got into a verbal altercation with one of the employees, who then came from behind the counter and just jumped on her, attacked her, pushing her down to the ground and started pummeling her. 2 more employees also got involved. Okay, please pay attention. This is absolutely egregious. After someone stopped the attack, the 3 employees went on about their business, but one of them picked up Miss Grayson's purse and threw it. Miss Grayson struggled to get up, retrieve her keys, and to get her purse. And you could see from the video, because this was all captured on video footage, and I'm not going to show it, but it's very disturbing, mind you, but you could see that she was struggling to get up and gather herself. Okay, please pay attention. The Fort Wayne police were then dispatched to the area regarding the altercation that had been reported as a battery. When they arrived at the scene, Miss Grayson had become unresponsive, and therefore they were not able to obtain a statement from her to find out exactly what happened from her point of view. Okay, please pay attention. Then medics were immediately summoned to the scene and they began life-saving measures, but unfortunately it was too little too late. She passed away shortly after she had been transported from the scene. Okay, please pay attention. This is absolutely so nefarious. So I just find it very troubling that no one has been arrested in this case. Okay, they know exactly who did it. They have the video footage. At the end of the day, I don't expect these women to tell the truth, and especially since Miss Grayson's not here to give her side of the story. But if you look at the video, you can see basically what happened. Okay, so anyway, the police are saying that they're currently investigating and that they went to the business and obtained surveillance footage, and they also interviewed witnesses. Now, they're investigating in collaboration with the Allen County Coroner's Office, and they'll determine her cause of death. But if you ask me, it's probably something like cardiac arrest. I mean, after her being jumped by 3 young women, thrown to the ground, and all of that happened, I'm sure she was anxious, upset, fearful, in pain, and all of those things combined, it may have sent her into a heart attack. Who knows? But we'll find out about that later. But here's the thing. The police are saying that according to the witnesses, Miss Grayson came in at about 8:09 a.m. and that she wanted to complain about her order that she had purchased through drive-through. They say that she immediately began berating the 17-year-old employee, and then the 20-year-old shift lead had to step in and intervene. And she repeatedly kept asking Miss Grayson to leave. Okay, please pay attention. Now, this is the 20-year-old shift lead here. Her name is August Horner. She's the one that I saw in the video come from behind the counter. She was the first one to put hands on Miss Grayson. Okay, please pay attention. Now, she claims that after she kept asking Miss Grayson to leave, she then had to put her hand on Miss Grayson to prevent her from getting to the team. Okay, I'm sorry, but I didn't see any of that in the video. Now, she then claims that Miss Grayson forcefully shoved her and then struck her on the left side of her nose with her right hand. She claims that at that point, she moved towards Miss Grayson, swinging her arms in an attempt to strike. She says, as the fight continued, the Miss Grayson scratched her face, knocked her glasses off, and then grabbed her by her hair and pulled her to the ground. They claimed that then the two other employees jumped in and tried to pull Miss Grayson off of August and say that they couldn't get her hands out of August's hair and that basically she snatched some of her hair out, leaving a tender spot in her head. They say after they were separated, the three women just simply went back behind the counter and Miss Grayson sat down at a table and started talking on her phone. The police say that later she was captured on camera picking up the employee's hair and putting it in her bag. I'm sorry, but I didn't see any of this. Now, they say that at 8:22, they saw Mrs. Grayson move to lie down on the floor, which prompted two of the employees, including August Horner, to go and check on her. And by the time the police arrived, she was unresponsive. So what I find interesting is that this story has gotten very little media coverage. I only saw one report and it was only about 30 or 40 seconds. Okay, but now the police come out, I guess, after everyone's been making TikTok videos about it and it's been spreading everywhere. Okay, so now they come out with an update. And here's what they say. They said that initially they released limited information about the case out of respect for Ms. Grayson's family and in an effort to avoid causing additional distress following the tragic loss of a loved one. However, a dangerously false narrative along with poor quality video circulating publicly has led to significant public concern and misinformation. Where's the misinformation coming from? Are they trying to say that those of us who saw the video and reported what we saw didn't see what we thought we saw? Well, that's exactly what they're saying, because here's what they're claiming. So they're claiming, they say, we understand the public concern surrounding this case. We also recognize the importance of transparency, accuracy, and the importance of allowing the investigative and prosecutorial review process to proceed based on the full body of evidence, not incomplete video clips and inaccurate public narratives. What do they mean, incomplete video clips? Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, they're going to act like we didn't see what we saw, because the story that these women have told is not what I saw on the video. They're saying that Miss Grayson threw August Horner to the ground. But I saw August Horner throw Miss Grayson to the ground. And here's the thing. If the other two employees were simply trying to help to try to break it up and they didn't jump in to start, to add to the melee, well, then why, after it was over and they were separated, did one of them pick up Miss Grayson's purse and throw it? They claimed that she went and sat down at the table and started talking on the phone casually, and then they just went back behind the counter as if nothing happened. No one called 911. So if someone comes into your establishment or your place of work and attacks you, as they claim Ms. Grayson did, why wouldn't you call 911? I would have. And matter of fact, I would never have even left from behind the counter because I would not have wanted to get into an altercation. So I would have simply called 911. But if you did come from behind the counter and you did get into an altercation after it was over, why wouldn't you have called the police, okay, right away? That makes no sense, okay? And it doesn't make sense because they're all lying. And it seems to me that the police are aiding them in this. Now, mind you, the police also said at some point that Miss Grayson got up and picked up August's hair, okay, that was ripped from her head, picked up her hair and put it in her bag. I don't know why she would do that, and I don't recall seeing that in the video, but if she did that, it would seem to me that maybe she wasn't in her right frame of mind or something like that. Okay, so I don't know, but this is all just crazy. My prayers and heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of Miss Grayson, and I pray that they get justice. But right now, this isn't looking very good. Okay, please pay attention.
Now, with that all being said, let me say this. I kept saying in the video that I don't remember seeing that. I didn't see this. Well, some of those things did happen. She was lying on some things. But the reason I didn't see some of those things is because I saw a clip of the video. So the police were right. There was a clip of the video and it was put out by Miss Grayson's daughter. So she had a clip of the video that she put out, and that's all that I saw. That's all that most of us had seen. That's the clip that went viral. And then after that clip went viral and we all started making videos, then the police put out the full video. Now, that being said, or I don't know if it's the full video, but they put out a longer video, which I'm going to show in a minute. But when I did watch that longer video, some of those things did happen. And guess what else happened? She put her hand on that old lady first. Because I said, as soon as I found out that the fuller, longer video was out, I said, well, let me go look at this because maybe I missed something clearly, right? But no, she put her hands on that old lady first. I'm sorry, I don't care what anyone says. Okay, because here's how I see it. And I want you all to pay attention. Because y'all know that people behave differently. Some people behave differently because of the type of person they are or their personality or whatever. But there are groups of people that behave differently than other groups of people. And so what do we as Black people do? Now, I want you all to put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me on this, and I'm pretty sure most of you will, because I know darn well this is something that most Black people do. So picture it. You're arguing with someone. You're in a heated argument, right? And the person you're arguing with is close to you, whether you walked up to them or they walked up to you. If that person that's arguing with you puts their hand on you in any kind of way, I don't care if they just lay it on you. What are you going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to swing. That's what I'm going to do. Don't touch me. And especially when I'm 38 hot and we're sitting up here arguing, you're the adversary. So what the hell are you touching me for? Do not touch me. I'm going to have a problem with that. Now, who else would have a problem with that? 1's in the chat. Yeah, I'm going to swing. D Major said not swing quick. Absolutely. Don't put your hands on me. Okay? That happened to me in Kroger a few years ago. So that's what I'm saying. So when the girl put her hands on her, that's when Miss Grayson swung. And I'm sorry, but if the truth be told, that's what most Black people do, because that's how we get down. Because see, here's the thing. We're taught as children, if somebody puts their hands on you, then you better hit them back. And you better not come home crying. Didn't we all learn that as a kid? You better stick up for yourself. Now, maybe the little white kids don't learn that, but that's what we learn. Okay? And if you put your hands on me and we're arguing, you don't get to determine how I react to you touching me. That's what you don't get to do. And also, you can't say that she didn't put her hand on her in a threatening way, because we don't know what her intentions were. You see, the fact of the matter is the video has no audio. So the only thing that we have to go by is what they and the police are saying. And I feel like they're all painting a narrative. And in fact, I know they are, because I told you all yesterday, before I ever saw any of the video, I told you all yesterday how this was all going to go. I said they're going to act as though she was the aggressor and that girl's likely not even going to get any charges. Didn't I tell you all that? Because this is how it always goes. You understand? You see, and here's the thing too. Let's talk about Carmelo for a second. Queen, are you on any of the fight videos? Kroger, what happened? No, I'm not on fight videos, no. But I just punched somebody. It was like I gave him a 2-piece real quick. But that was because they touched me, okay? Let me just tell the story real quick. I was in Kroger, and you know how you're looking at something on the shelf. I was looking at something on the bottom shelf. This was years ago, okay? I was looking at something on the bottom shelf, and as I'm trying to see it, I'm backing up. So I'm not looking behind me, but I'm just backing up, because when I went down the aisle, I was the only one there. Okay, so somebody walked up behind me. It was a Karen. And so I looked down and I'm backing up, and Karen grabs me by the arm and says, "Oh, you're just going to bump into me?" And I snatched my arm and I said, "Don't touch me." And I said, if I was backing up and clearly I didn't see you, then you should have gotten out of the way, because clearly you saw me backing up. And so she grabbed my arm again, and I think she just did it because I specifically told her, "Don't touch me." Like, I snatched my arm. So when she grabbed my arm, I just real quick gave her a 2-piece. That's how that all went. And lucky for me and her, I guess, the police were outside. Yeah, the police were right outside. Like, they would come up there and park in front of the store sometimes. I don't know if they were on lunch or whatever. But she called the police, and the police came, and they took her ass to jail. After I told them what happened, I told them exactly what happened. Even when she told them what happened. And the reason she didn't lie about it is because she thought that she didn't do anything wrong. And that's the problem. You know why she thought she didn't do anything wrong? By grabbing me, a grown woman, by my arm? She thought she didn't do anything wrong because racist people, they always think that they're entitled to put their hands on Black people without permission. Like it's slavery. They still own us. It's really how they behave. Many of them. You know, like sometimes they'll come up and want to touch your hair. Oh, let me see her. Don't touch my hair. I don't know what kind of energy you have. I don't like people touching all up on me. And especially if I'm wearing my stones and crystals, please don't touch me then, because I don't want the negative energy that you may have on my stones and crystals. Now I have to re-cleanse them and recharge and all of that. So anyway, that's what it was. That's what it was. I really wouldn't have done that had she not grabbed me by my arm. After I already told her, don't touch me. Like, what are you grabbing me by my arm for? So anyway, that's what happened. And right at that time when I gave her the 2-piece, somebody else was walking down the aisle and I made sure they didn't leave. And I said, no, please stay right here. So I have a witness when the police come. And she was like, yeah, I need a witness, thinking that she's not going to get in trouble. But she was talking crazy. And yeah, she went to jail that day. And as luck would have it, because we were in Atlanta, the officer looked like me. I loved it. She thought Officer Bob was going to come in there. She thought Officer Bob was going to come in there being all racist, but it was a Black cop. And one thing about the Black cops, they're usually fair. Okay? And so, yeah, she went to jail. Anywho, with that all being said, let's go to the video. All right. Chris said, Queen, that is the worst. Well, you know, maybe it is, beloved, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I'm telling you, don't put your hands on me. Period. Karens. All right, now here we go. So let me just set this up for anybody who missed it. This happened May the 13th of 2026, and this is Tim Hortons. It's like a cafe and a place where you buy like coffee and I guess snacks or whatever. I've never heard of these places, but they say they're like nationwide or something. So anyway, she was outside. Miss Grayson was outside. She had come through the drive-through, and she was obviously displeased about something with her order, so she came inside. Now, here's something else I want you all to pay attention to that nobody's mentioning. When you come through the drive-through, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. If you come through the drive-through and you have an issue with your order, you usually just pull back up to the drive-through or whatever, right? Or you check your stuff while you're at the window and then you say, hey, this is not right. If you have to get out of your car, park your car and come in, you're already pissed off. Because why the hell did I have to get out my car? See, that let me know that the people inside the store were likely talking ish and didn't want to fix whatever they messed up. Okay. It was 8:09 in the morning. So there was no other customers there. They probably had just opened shortly prior to that. And so for whatever reason, there was some words obviously exchanged at the drive-through, and then she came in. Okay, so now let's get into it. Likes up, everyone, please. Don't forget to like and share. Now, let me pause it here for a second. I want you all to pay attention to something else as well. These 3 employees were not professional at all because, first of all, they're young. The first girl that Miss Grayson was allegedly arguing with was 17. The manager, the shift lead, she was only 20. Okay, and she's the boss. But look at how Miss Grayson walks in here and she's been there waiting. and nobody's come out yet? Why are 3 of them at work in that small building and none of them are at the front? There should be one person at the counter in case someone walks in. Why are all of them in the back? I'll tell you why. Because they were likely back there gossiping, having some coffee and donuts or whatever. Okay? And that's likely why she had an altercation with them at the window, how the whole thing got started. Now, that's just my opinion. But I do see that they were absolutely not being professional. Now, let's continue. Okay, now I want you all to pay attention. So now you can see that one of the employees has come to the front and they're putting their hands out like this. When somebody's doing their hands like that, they're trying to get someone to calm down or whatever, maybe 9 times out of 10. Miss Grayson is clearly upset and she's pointing. So who is she pointing at? She's pointing at the one that they claim August was defending. That's what they said. She's pointing at that one. Why is she pointing at that one? No one was at the counter when she walked in. So that lets me know that that's the person that took her order 9 times out of 10 when she was coming through the drive-through. And when she complained about her order, they must have said something slick and didn't want to fix the order or whatever. That pissed her off. So now she's in there and she's looking for them to tell them off. And she's pointing like, no, her right there. Okay, so I'm just setting all of this up because most people are not even focusing on any of the other things that go on. But you all know that I went to school for criminal justice. So I examined the scene and all of that. And I noticed things that some people may not notice or think are even important. But this is all important, trust me. So now she's in there, she's talking to this first person. So let's continue. Okay, so now do you see this is August? This is August, the 20-year-old that was the first one to confront her. August is now pointing over there. What is she doing? We don't have audio, but it looks like she's telling Miss Grayson to get out, leave, get out. Now, here's the question. If this customer is upset about their order and they come in, even if they're talking trash, why not just say, well, listen, how can we resolve this? Do you want a refund? Do you want us to remake your order? You want a different coffee? That's what you do. But she immediately walks out being aggressive and hostile. Get out, go over, get out, just leave. And she said that's what she was saying also. By the way, she said she repetitively told her to leave. And you can see that's what she's doing. So it just goes to show that she did not try to exhibit any type of customer hospitality. She did not try to calm down the situation. She's pointing, she's doing this. Now the police want us to think that she came as the intermediary and she's trying to get everyone to be calm and cool and collected. And she's been all nice and sweet. That's not what she was doing. She was being rude too. And so Miss Grayson and her both had the same energy from the looks of it. But let's continue. Did you see her push? Now let's stop right here. That's where she messed up. Did you all see that she put her hand on Miss Grayson? You all saw that, right? Do I need to rewind it? Did you all see that? Once in the chat if you saw that. Because the police want us to think, and she wants us to think, she says, oh, I put my hand on her shoulder. Now, mind you, the clip that I saw, I didn't see any of this at first. I just saw them literally fighting, and when Miss Grayson fell to the floor, and her swinging at Miss Grayson, and she falls to the floor, and what happened after that is what I saw. Okay, so you all saw that. So let's wind that back again, because that's interesting, because she claims I just touched her. No, you pushed her. She tried to do it slick. She didn't push her hard, but she pushed her. Okay, you can't push me when I'm already pissed off. You cannot push me when I'm already mad as hell and you up here talking trash and you're not trying to fix the issue, and then you're going to touch me, but not only touch me, you're going to push me? Yeah, we're about to fight. That's how that goes. Now, let me just wind it back a little bit. See, her hand is on her shoulder. Let me go back just a little bit. Now watch the reaction after she touches Miss Grayson. See, they pushed each other. You see that? Something fell over. Now there's a man in the back. There's a man, I literally just noticed him. There's a man in the back and he's on the phone. Now, why didn't he come out there and try to break it up? He's back there talking on his phone. Now, let's stop right here for a moment. You see this on the floor in front of Miss Grayson? There was just a red circle to show you that. That's the hair that she pulled out. She pulled out somebody's hair. It looks like it was probably August's hair. Okay, so the other two were supposedly breaking it up. Now, did they look like they were breaking it up to you or like they were trying to get some licks in? Because if you notice, the one who went last when they went back behind the counter, well, she threw her purse and then she like waved her hand like, you know, like F you. I don't know what she said, but she said something and she waved her hand. Now the police are trying to tell this story as if they were being so nice and sweet to her. But here's the thing. If you just beat this old lady up, even if she hit you first, which she didn't, but even if she did, and y'all beat her up, all three of you, or she gets into an altercation and she's on the ground, look how she's sitting there. You're just going to go walk calmly back behind the counter? Because that's what they say. They say they went back behind the counter. They said Miss Grayson sat in a chair and drank and started talking on her phone. And they brought her some water to drink or something. But if she was so vicious and started all this stuff, why didn't you call the police at least then? If Miss Grayson came in there and punched you in your face like you're claiming, why wouldn't you immediately call the police? They didn't. They only called the police when they said that she laid down on the floor. They said she looked like she wasn't feeling so great or whatever, and they went and checked on her, and then she laid down on the floor, and that's when they called for help. Let's continue. Now, what did she just say? She just came and said something. Let me rewind that back. She just walked up there and looks like she yelled something. Now, watch this. You see that? Did y'all see that? She said something slick. You could see, it looked like she yelled it, whatever it was. And she already threw her bag. This is a darn shame. And this video has been edited also. Keep that in mind. So they can paint whatever narrative when they've edited it. Okay? Here's the thing. She said, did she spit? I don't know. I saw her mouth open. It looked like she was yelling something. I don't think she spat. I think she like yelled something at her. But now they claim that she sat down at a table and started going through her phone. I don't know if I believe that. Why would you be going through your phone after what just happened? I think she did sit down, but that was because she wasn't feeling good because she was unresponsive by the time the police came. And her daughter says that she has had congestive heart failure. Didn't I tell you all yesterday before we even knew, before I even watched the video and before we even knew what the police actually were going to say, I told you all that she probably died from a heart attack or something like that, from the whole incident. Okay, so please pay attention. And that's another thing. I knew they were going to try to use that too, because now they're saying the autopsy report hasn't even been completed yet. But now the coroner's already saying, allegedly, according to reports, the coroner's already saying that her death didn't have anything to do with her injuries. How does he know that? How does he know that when she fell to the ground and hit her head, she didn't have a aneurysm? How does he know that? Okay? So they're not going to give her any charges. And that's because she's white. Okay? That's because she's white. I don't care what anyone says. Now, let's go to what some people had to say. Some people who saw the video as well, and they had some things to say. And there was one black lady. She must be a whole raccoon, because the way she was defending that girl was crazy. Okay? It was absolutely crazy. And people were going in on her, and I was. Here she is right here. And then some people were saying she can't be real. She has to be AI. I said, honey, sadly, she's real. And I literally just unfollowed her because she was caping hard. And people were putting in the chat stuff like, girl, did you watch the same video that we watched? Yeah, she did. So let's get into it. Likes up, everyone, please. Like and share. Thank you in advance.
So Miss Anita Grayson's passing has a lot of people in an uproar. I do understand why people could be in an uproar, but when the details have been provided from Fort Wayne, Indiana police, it's giving it was self-defense, and she had a right to defend herself, especially the way Miss Anita came in there and, went at her. She had a right to defend herself. Now, this happened on May 13th at 8 o'clock in the morning at Tim Hortons on Ice Way in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She had ordered something through drive-thru, and her order seems to have been, not correct. And that's what prompted her to come inside of the actual establishment. Now, once she got inside, that was around 8:09 per the clock, and she came in ready to yell at them. So that is exactly what she did. She starts yelling at them. And the person that she originally started yelling at was a 17-year-old employee. And so then a 20-year-old shift leader kind of stepped in like, hey, I'm a shift leader. Let's try and, figure out what's going on so we can, see how.
Now, I want you to pay attention because she's painting a narrative. She's painting a narrative. Okay, so she's sitting there saying that the shift manager came out and was like, hey, let's figure this out. She didn't come out saying that. We don't even have to have the audio to know that's not what she said. She didn't come out and said, okay, hey, let's try to figure this. She came out point like, get out, get the hell out of here, leave. That's what she was giving. We all saw it. So what did she watch? Okay, so what video is she talking about?
Fix things, and it just kind of escalated from there. And then the 20-year-old tried to step in between her because she was still trying to yell at the 17-year-old, and the 20-year-old kind of jumps in the way, and she reaches around her to try and get to the 17-year-old and ends up hitting them with her ring finger and on the left side of their nose. And so they're like, hold up, wait a minute. And so that ends up becoming a fight. The 20-year-old is trying to remove themselves from the situation, but they are unable to because she is, swinging at her. And then she eventually grabs her hair and pulls her to the ground.
Now, did you all see any of that? What the hell is she talking about here? Did you all see any of that? You see how she's lying? Do you see how she's lying? Okay. I find it all interesting. She said that Miss Grayson grabbed her by her hair and pulled her down to the ground. No, Miss Grayson fell down first. And I'm gonna tell you what the police said. The police said that they started fighting, and then I think they said they both failed. No, they said that she was on top of August. They said Miss Grayson was on top of August. I'm gonna have to pull up the article and read it to you. But they basically said she was on top of August, and that's when she was ripping her hair out and all of that. Now, I'm sure she was pulling her hair. I'm sure she was, and she probably did pull some of it out. But at that time, they're in a full-on fight. Okay, so anything goes at that point. Okay, but this lady sounds crazy. I wanted you all to hear this because she's a whole raccoon.
She was, and that of course ensued a tussle because the 20-year-old's trying to defend themselves and she's fighting with the 20-year-old. So two other employees come from behind that counter to try and get the the shift lead off of her. because she's pulling on hair and all of that jazz. The 20-year-old did have scratches and stuff on her face and on her hands because she reached for her face as well. So she has defensive wounds and she was trying to get away from said situation. Now, once they finally get, so Miss Anita Grayson's passing.
Okay, she was just talking crazy. Okay. Ashkan said with a straight hair, no less. Exactly. Okay, so this lady was painting a narrative, clearly. All right, that's exactly what she was doing. That's exactly what she was doing. Okay, now let's go to this next video. Likes up. I think I'm playing this one later. Hold on. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. Now I'm going to show you all some videos just to make sure we're getting, you know, a good array of thoughts and views on this. I have people who look like us and people who don't look like us, so we can get both perspectives. And as you can see, some people agree and some don't. Okay, likes up, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. Okay, here we go.
And you might as well go ahead and get that checkbook out because the lawsuit is coming. Let's talk about the fist fight that took place inside Tim Hortons coffee house between a 75-year-old woman and a Tim Horton employee. Now, my OG followers already know, if you see me looking down, I'm looking at my notes. If you're not following the Black Death Society, please make sure to do so. This is a space in which pop culture, money, and real life meet. This case is starting to pick up speed on social media, and I'm going to be honest with you. I feel that both parties are wrong. Now, on May 13th, around 8 o'clock in the morning, 75-year-old mother and grandmother Anita Ann Grayson walked into a Tim Hortons coffee shop in Fort Wayne, Indiana, because when she placed her order in drive-thru, something was wrong with the order, and she went into the restaurant, I guess, to clarify things. You see on the CT footage, which is not the best footage, her and one of the Tim Horton employees talking. And then you also see another woman who was identified as August Horner come up to her to try to de-escalate the situation. I don't know what Miss Grayson was actually saying, but you could tell that she was giving them the business in the footage and she was doing one of these numbers. August walked up to her trying to de-escalate the situation, and August, you can see it as clear as day. She put her hands on Miss Anita first, I guess trying to like push her back from the other employee. When she put her hands on Miss Anita mugs August, and baby, it was on and popping from there. Now, August gave Miss Anita a 3-piece, and I'm not talking about a chicken dinner, and a side of knockout. And unfortunately, Miss Anita, after they were able to break up the fight, Miss Anita could not collect herself, and she later died. The second decision ruined a lot of lives. Do I think that August will be arrested? I don't know, but I do think that Tim Horton is going to have to come off some cash to make this thing go away, and rightly so. Sometimes you just need to learn how to walk away. And it is unfortunate that a breakfast order that probably could cost no more than $10 or $12 cost someone their life. And also, I will say this, because like I said before, you can tell that Miss Anita was giving them the business initially, and I don't want to blame her per se. Respect goes both ways. Just because you may be of a certain age or whatever the situation may be, it does not give you license to be disrespectful to other people. And sometimes you need to learn how to walk away, both parties.
Okay, so she went on to say basically the same thing that I said, that they should have called the police. That's what they could have done. But here's the thing. When she says that Miss Anita was being disrespectful, you could say she was being disrespectful if she was in there yelling or whatever. I absolutely think she was. But here's the thing. Like I told you guys, what nobody's talking about is what made her come in there yelling in the first place. You think this lady just got out of her car, out of the drive-thru at 8-something in the morning and walked inside? First of all, we know she didn't want to walk inside, because when you don't want to walk inside, that's when you go through the drive-thru. Okay? So she came in there for a reason, and she was yelling at the girl for a reason. That girl said something slick to her at that window, I'm convinced. I really feel like that girl had to say something slick to her at that window. And that's why she came in there. Because she could have just easily, replaced the order or given her a refund or whatever. She could easily have done that, but she did not. Okay, so let's go to the next video. Now, so you all can see that I'm being fair because these first two people are not really agreeing with Miss Anita. So let's go to this one here. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. And Ashkan said exactly what I agree with. I said this the other day. Ashkan said, who raised them? Who raised this generation? Okay, you don't swing on the elderly. And that's exactly what I said. I said, these young people today, they have no respect. Because even if she was going in on you, that's somebody 75 years old. You know she's an elder. Okay, there's no way I would have even come from behind the counter. Okay, there's no way I would have ever come from behind the counter. And here's another thing. If the manager had any sense, she could simply, because they tried to say, oh, she was trying to protect the 17-year-old. Oh, she was trying to stop her from yelling at her. Oh, she was trying to keep her from getting to her. All the manager had to do, if she had any sense, and clearly she doesn't, is she could have just easily told the younger staff member, come back here. Just come back here and ignore her. She could have just told her to go to the back. But she didn't do that. She could have just called 911. Ma'am, if you don't leave, I'm calling the cops right now. Do you want to go to jail? Because that's where you're about to go. She could have done any of that, but she didn't. Okay. She chose to engage her. And so this is where we are.
Where my Carolinians at? Do y'all remember when that YT woman from Union County, South Carolina, got up on the news and said that a random black man kidnapped her kids? Oh, you don't?
I'm sorry. This is not it. This lady is talking about, she's talking about Susan Smith. Yeah, we definitely need to revisit that story. Okay, she's talking about Susan Smith. Okay, so here we go. Let's moving right along. Please don't forget to like the video, beloveds. This girl right here, I had to do a double take because when I saw her, and I said, now I know darn well the killer isn't doing a video about this story, because when I tell you this young lady, and people were telling her that in her comments too, I don't think she really liked it, but I was like, you look better than her, but it's the hair that got me. But I see the resemblance. This is the girl right here, and she kind of puts you in the mind of her because they both have that bright red hair.
A Tim Hortons employee by the name of Autumn Horner beat 75-year-old Anita Grayson to death inside of a Tim Hortons on camera last week in Fort Wayne, and no one has been held accountable for this. There's a lot of victim blaming going around, and it's not surprising for Indiana because there's a large history of violence against the Black community and the perpetrators not being held accountable. And you can see those videos back on my page. There will be an event May 20th at the Allen County Courthouse to demand justice and rally around this family and give them support in any way we can at this time. And to the family, words will never be enough to express how absolutely heartbroken I am for you, and I hope you can find peace in these dark times and get the justice your mother deserves. She looked like a complete angel, and I am so sorry your family has to go through this.
Okay, bless her heart. Let me tell you something. I have told you all before, I know I have said this to you all, but white people with red hair, the white people that they call gingers, they're always the nicest white people. Do y'all ever notice that, or is it just me? I've never met a ginger that I didn't like, and I'm serious. I've never met a ginger that I didn't like. Facts. They're always the nicest ones. I don't know why that is, but something about them.
Today, our mayor released a statement regarding the death of Anita Grayson at Tim Hortons here in Fort Wayne. Here it is. You can pause to read. It basically just says, don't draw any conclusions until you have all the evidence. Well, shortly after that, the police department released video. The original video that I saw was released by a family member of Anita Grayson's, but the police department released another video, and they edited the video clearly. There was a part where Anita Grayson is pulling back and hitting the employee. They slowed it down and zoomed in right there. They didn't do that when the employee, went to push Anita Grayson or anything like that, but they slowed it down when Anita Grayson was pulling back. Yeah. They didn't slow it down when the employee threw Anita Grayson onto the floor or when she pounced on her and was just wailing on her. They didn't slow that down or anything like that. Just when Anita Grayson was hitting. Yeah. It still does not change my mind on what appears to have happened. It was 3-on-1. And these were 3 young girls versus a 75-year-old woman who later died from what happened. She was already deceased by the time the police had gotten there to even talk to her. Shouldn't have happened. And still, no arrest. Today, our
Now, see, this lady basically, in my opinion, she had the same scenario as me, because if you heard, she said that she had seen that first video that the family member released, that the daughter put out. That's the one I saw. That's why I kept saying in the video, I didn't see that. I didn't see that because I didn't see it. But I thought maybe if I see the full video, it's going to change my mind because maybe I missed something. But no, I feel the same way, and so does she. Okay, and so does she, and so do plenty of other people. But see, she's right. If you notice, she said that they slowed it down when Miss Grayson was swinging. Okay, when Miss Grayson went to swing in August, but when August pushed her, they didn't slow that down, and they didn't. And then if you saw when the screen went black a couple of times, what's that all about? Were they editing out things? Because a lot of people think that tape was edited, and I absolutely do. Okay, I absolutely think that it was edited. All right, and so with that all being said, let's go to the next clip. Likes up, everyone, please. Don't forget to like and share. Thank you in advance.
Has anybody else seen the statement from the Fort Wayne Police Department that basically states that it was Anita's fault that it happened, while also admitting that the employees had put their hands on her first and had assaulted her? It's ridiculous. I don't know how.
Yeah, that was the statement they put out.
So basically, if you get my order wrong and I go into the store and I'm angry about you having got my order wrong and not being willing to fix it or something along those lines. I mean, honestly, the narrative, like those little fine details, variable. But it gives you permission to murder me. Really? What if that was your mother? Like, is this really the kind of world you want to live? Is this the community that you want to have? Because I'm pretty sure that's not where I want to live. Has anybody else seen the statement from the Fort Wayne?
Okay, I have to agree. See, here's the thing. A lot of white folk, other than the racist ones, even though they see it too, they're just not going to say anything because they're racist. But when you see some of these white people calling it out and saying, oh, they didn't do this, they didn't slow it down right there, they already know how they get down. Because these are their people. They already know how the cops get down when it comes to us. Okay, just like I knew how this was going to go. I told you days ago. So they know these things too because they see it themselves. And some of them will call it out. But the ones that don't like people who look like me, well, they're just going to act like, oh, she was the aggressor. Somebody came in my comment section and I went in on them. They came in my comment section on TikTok talking about, I just get, now mind you, the lady got killed. They come in my TikTok comment section talking about, I just get so sick of these people coming in the restaurants, coming inside through drive-through so they can complain. If you didn't want the coffee, go get it somewhere else. And then at the end, she says, but she didn't deserve what happened, though. I said, MAGA. I said, you clearly are a MAGA minion. I said, first of all, so because somebody complains about their order, that's supposed to happen to them? I said, now you did say that she didn't deserve it, but you sound like you think she really did, because for you to be more concerned about the fact that she came in to complain about an order that she paid for that wasn't up to par, that she wasn't happy or thrilled with. Okay. But see, that's one of those people that are racist, but they try to hide it. So they'll say little racist things and then try to say something nice at the end. Kind of reminds me of my former moderator named Luna. Remember how Luna used to say little slick stuff to me in the chat? And then to try to keep me from going in on her, she would then say, she would type in chat, "I love you, Queen." Now, you don't love me, honey. Okay? That's why she's blocked from the channel, because she did it one time too many. I mean, I let her get away so many times, but that one day, she called me on the right day. Okay? And I had time that day. So I not only took her wrench, I blocked her. Okay? Don't let that be you, is all I'm saying. Please pay attention. All right? Now, that being said, let's go to this report, because the first report was very different. And I find it interesting because where is this report coming from? This channel, I don't recall them reporting on this. If you remember, I showed you one measly little report. That's all I could find. And the lady looked like she was so annoyed and bored to even have to talk about it. And the clip was only like 30 or 40 seconds. But now, here they come. And this is more along with the police's narrative, if I'm not mistaken.
To show the moments leading up to a woman's death at a Fort Wayne Tim Hortons.
The video appears to be tied to an altercation reported there last Wednesday that remains under police investigation. Wayne 15's Mia Pettigrew has the latest.
Nearly a week after the reported battery at this Tim Hortons, video appearing to show the altercation has been circulating online as the woman's family and community members push for answers. Fort Wayne police say officers were called to the Tim Hortons on Iceway just after 8 a.m. Wednesday morning for what they described as an altercation involving a reported battery. Investigators say the woman involved became unresponsive before officers were able to speak with her. She was taken to a hospital where she later died. While police have not officially identified her, family members online say the woman was 75-year-old Anita Grayson. Police say detectives have interviewed witnesses, collected surveillance footage, and processed evidence from the scene as the investigation continues. Wayne 15 does not have permission to show the full video, but these screen grabs appear to show a verbal confrontation between Grayson and an employee behind the counter before the situation becomes physical. It also shows the employee come from around the corner and repeatedly strike Grayson as the two fall near the front of the restaurant. Another employee is later seen approaching before a third person eventually pulls them away. Today, the restaurant's dining room remained closed while drive-through service continued. In a statement to Wayne 15, Tim Hortons Media Relations said the company was deeply saddened by the incident and said the local franchise is cooperating fully with the police investigation. The Allen County Coroner's Office is still working to determine Grayson's official cause and manner of death. Police say the case will be sent to the Allen County Prosecutor's Office once the investigation is complete.
All right. Greta said, "This is shameful." It really is. I mean, the fact that all three of them did that to that old woman, and we couldn't really see everything that was going on during the fight or the brawl, whatever you want to call it, because that machine, whatever was that machine that was there in the way. See, you couldn't see everything. The view was kind of obstructed. So, and like I told you all, Miss Anita is dead, so they can say whatever they want to say. There's no one to basically counter it.
Okay, so let's talk about this Anita Grayson situation. I think that's her name. The elderly lady that got unalived at their restaurant. And I'm not sure where it was, y'all, but just look up the name and y'all will see the video. But what's blowing me about this situation is the shade room posted a screenshot of the video, and their caption seems to be very misleading from the actual video. And everybody is attacking this elderly woman in the shade room's comments, saying that basically she got what she deserved. She was the aggressor, whatever. But I'm scrolling through the comments, and I saw one comment that was like, y'all need to go actually watch the video. Because mind y'all, the showroom did not post the video. They posted a screenshot from the video. So I went on Facebook and I searched for the video. I typed in her name and I watched the video. So I'm watching the video, and granted, it does look like she's arguing with the employees. I wasn't there to know what she was arguing with them about. I don't know. But what I did see is that one of the employees put their hands on her first. Now, mind y'all, these are people. Now, I don't know about y'all, but if a person put their hands on me, we finna Royal Rumble, okay? And I don't know why everybody in the comments acting like if the roles were reversed and a person put their hands on them, they wouldn't be trying to knock them up at their shoes, knowing good and got doggone well that they would be. This is too much, because I hate to see us defending foolery. And not only that, if you watch the video a little further, it looked like they was jumping her. Well, maybe they was trying to break it up, but either way, it was too many of them on top of this elderly lady. And my thing is, whether you're trying to de-escalate a situation or not, don't put your hands on nobody. Don't push nobody. Look, if things are already heated and you done already got into it with a person, keep your hands to yourself. You know, it ain't nothing to call the police or something. You know, I feel like that's what they should have did. Just call the police. Don't. Look, she didn't put her hands, so from the video I saw, it didn't look like she put her hands on nobody first. Now, people talking with their hands, that's a very common thing, so we're not gonna drag that, okay? But at the end of the day, that lady did not deserve to lose her life over something like that. But I really do hope her family gets justice for this, because this is not okay. This is not okay.
She said she don't care how folks try to spin it. Now, I want you all to pay attention, because somebody said her voice. I think that's AI, not her, but I think she's using an AI voice, because I'm like, I know that's not her real voice. I never thought it was her real voice from the jump. That was my first time seeing her channel, but I think, or her account rather. I don't think that's her voice, beloved. It does say AI generated or something on there. You know, they'll tell you on TikTok when something has AI in it.
And just when you think shit can't get no more sadder, man, I just seen that video of that 75-year-old lady in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that them employees at that Tim Horton jumped on that lady. Stop saying it was one. It was all three of them at one point. I saw the video. Okay. Yeah, they talking about the lady came in to complain about her order or whatever. I don't care what the 75-year-old lady came in there and said. There is nothing that lady could have said. 75? Come on. You jumping on all ladies? Bro. And you know what I'm saying? Miss Anita Grayson, she did pass away. 75 years old, man. She did pass away. They're not releasing the cause of on the live, but come on, man. She's 75 years old, and the way that video was going, she might have had, you know, a cardiac arrest or something like that, or she might have hit her head. She's 75 years old, man. Okay, but my thing is this. Let's get to it. Where her family at? Ain't no riders, ain't no sliders, ain't her family. Wouldn't have been my mama. Straight up. It wouldn't have been my mama. Okay? Who? I'm going to leave that right there. It would have been a GoFundMe. Okay? GoFund Truth, because she done snapped out. You did. I'm so serious. Yeah, where her family at? And then this ain't getting no media. I think they did a local report on it after, they say after all the TikToks and social medias. The video on Facebook is rather disgusting. And them girls did that. Now, I don't move to just make stuff about somebody's race, but I'm going to say that these people was YT women about in their 20s. And they not been arrested yet. Ain't even been questioned. Brought in, nothing. I think the main girl made a statement. I think she was the manager or something. She made a statement talking about she asked the lady to leave and then she had to put hands on her. You came around the corner, botch. You came around the counter on that lady. And them two other ones followed you. Then you picked that lady purse up and throwed it, allegedly, but not allegedly. Community out there. Y'all better hold up for this.
Okay, and I find it all very interesting. Let's go to the next clip. We're almost done. We're going to get into one more story, and this one won't take long, but this one was very sad too. Measurement said her voice was deeper than his. You need to stop. Okay, now someone asked her, she was responding to their comment. They said at Tim Hortons. What? That's what some person who looks like her asked her. Here's her response.
I haven't taken the time to look at your profile. This is the first person I saw in this video that was like, at a Tim Hortons, what? This is literally like the most common thing I've seen on Anita's death. A 70-year-old Black woman was beaten to death. Over a verbal altercation in Fort Wayne, Indiana, by a white lady. And what you guys are focusing on is that it was at a Tim Hortons, or that we have a Tim Hortons in Indiana. I think some of y'all have lost the fucking plot. Please focus on what happened. We have people like Chud the Builder out here saying that they're going to unalive, that they are actively planning on going out to cause discourse so that they can purposefully unalive somebody to cause a riot. And then days afterwards, I think, I'd have to look at the timeline. Days after, possibly around the same timeline, a white lady beats the shit out of and kills an elderly 70-year-old Black woman. And people are focusing on the fact that it was at a Tim Hortons in Indiana, where those white sheep people, that's where they got the foothold in the North, was Indiana. Yeah, the same state. Learn our history, guys. Did you think it was only a thing in the South? No. David Duke? Yeah, Indiana. Learn our history so we don't fucking repeat it. So that we change the fucking pattern. So I just looked it up. Chud the Builder did his thing on May 14th. That this girl attacked Anita on the 13th of May. So the day before. Still, it's too much. It's too fucking much. My thoughts are with the families of Anita and Joshua Fox, who was a disabled veteran. Joshua was the victim of Chud the Builder, if you didn't know.
So let me say this. Now I'm going to play what the sister, not the sister, what her daughter came out and said. I was looking for this video and I couldn't find it, but this guy that I was going in on this morning, because I saw his video, he had the daughter on there, and I didn't like his commentary about what he was saying, because to me it seemed like he was making a myriad of excuses for August. And so that's when I told him, I said, well, what do you think about what happened with Carmelo Anthony? Because we all know that the white folk were very mad about Carmelo Anthony. And here's something else that I noticed. If you all remember, I told you days ago that Joshua Fox, who's a veteran, who has PTSD, the man that Chud the Builder shot, this man, they lied on him. Remember, I told you all that they went trying to dig up dirt on him, and when they couldn't find any, the racist devils, they manufactured something. They got a Caucasian man who has the same name as Joshua, and basically took his paperwork and started lying, telling people, oh, he's a rapist. Oh, he did something to a child. Oh, he did domestic violence. Now, how you know that they knew they were lying and that it was no accident? It's because Joshua actually did have a charge for domestic violence. I don't think he got convicted of it, perhaps, but at least had been arrested for it. But let's remember, he has PTSD. Now, with that all being said, the other stuff, that's what the white man did. But you see how they lied on the black man, because they didn't want anyone to have empathy nor sympathy for the black man. They wanted everybody to focus on Chud the Builder. And they have done this before. If you remember, when Carmelo Anthony got into the situation with Austin Metcalf and his twin brother, what did they do? I showed you all the receipts. They were posting pictures of some black guy on the internet who was a whole thug. He's sitting in a kitchen with all this money and guns everywhere, with his shirt off, just looked like a whole thug. Looked like his name is probably Pookie or Ray Ray. So, and y'all know them because every hood has them. I'm not from the hood, by the way. But my point is, they were posting that all over the internet, lying and saying this is Carmelo Anthony, trying to depict him as a thug to make it look more plausible that he did what they were claiming. And then when we started contributing money to his GoFundMe and got up to over $400,000 for his defense, they took pictures of this man's house and his car that his family owned, posted that online and said, look, they took all the money that people donated and they went and bought a new house and a car. Who the hell would do that? But these are the ignorant lies that they told. They did that to discourage us from donating money to them anymore, basically to make us feel like, dang, that's what he did with our money. But also, it was stereotypical BS, because they always say black people take your money and go buy gold and, chains and all this stuff and expensive clothing. Well, some of y'all do. But my point is, they just made up all of that stuff. Carmelo Anthony came from a nice family. Father has a good job. The mother doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom raising the baby or the younger child. And so they just made up all this stuff. Then when that didn't fly because the truth came out, what did they do then? They went and started digging up dirt on the pastor. I think that man's a pastor who is the spokesperson. They came out and said, oh, he shook somebody's baby too hard 10 years ago or this and that. What does that have to do with Carmelo, though? But they were trying to do everything they could to demonize him. Yes, they lied on him. So this is what I want you all to pay attention to. How they will lie on black people and make us the villain, even when we're the victim. And they love to say that we play the victims. We're the survivors. They're the victims. Racist devils start stuff. They go and pour gasoline, and then somebody walks by and drops a match, and then they'll play the victim. When it starts burning down, everything starts burning down around them, but you're the one that poured the gasoline. Like Chud the Builder started that mess and then sitting there telling the police, oh, he was swinging, he swung on me. He was still swinging on me even after I shot him, trying to sound forlorn on the live stream. Oh, my son's mother won't even let me see him anymore. She wants to change his last name. So we're supposed to feel sorry for you? But this is what they all do. This is what all racist devils do. Okay? And so now they actually had compared Chud the Builder's case to Carmelo Anthony's case as well. And they were saying stuff like, if you think that Carmelo is innocent, then you also have to think that Chud is innocent. How does that make sense? Was Carmelo going around harassing white folk or anyone? Was he going around just trying to provoke people to anger so that he could have an excuse to harm them? He wasn't doing that. So what are you talking about? Karmelo was attacked by two people that were much bigger than him. And another thing that you all probably didn't even notice that they did, when Austin Metcalf, I went to school with someone named Brian Metcalf, but when Austin Metcalf lost his life, sadly, I told you all, I said, I'm so sorry that young man lost his life, because I don't wish that on anyone. He was a teenager, and yes, he was being a bully. That's what the witnesses said. His own father knew that he was a bully because his own father came out and spoke on the behest of Carmelo Anthony. And remember, because I went in on the spokesperson, because when the father showed up at the press release, the spokesman came out there and told him to leave. That man came there with tears in his eyes. He wanted to pray with them. He just wanted to have a word. And I just didn't appreciate how he just told that man to leave. Okay, because most people, if you kill their child, even if they know their child is in the wrong, they're still not going to come and try to have a conversation with you. That's what they're not going to do. So there was just a whole lot going on. But what I wanted to also say too, before I get into further of this, what I had also noticed at the time was that when they first posted those pictures of Austin Metcalf, they did the same trick that they always do. And I'm going to show you in just a second. They posted pictures of Austin when he was much younger so that he looked so sweet and innocent. Did you all notice that? They posted pictures of him when he was much younger. So he looked so sweet and innocent. But that picture you see on my thumbnail, that's how he looked on the day he passed away, unfortunately. That's how he looked. And they never even said anything about the twin brother being involved. They never even said anything about that. But the twin brother was involved, according to witnesses. You all remember that Quanell X got the information and the receipts from the witnesses. And they told him exactly what was going on. And everybody was saying that they were kicking on him because they didn't want him sitting under the tent that they were sitting at the track meet. They told him, get up. Somebody just walks up to you and tells you to get up, even if it's their seat. It's the way they talk to you. If you're talking crazy, well, the person might not just be so quick to get up out of the seat, which is what people basically claim is what happened. Now, hold on. I'm pulling these pictures up. Okay, here's the first picture that I saw. See how he looks so much younger? He looks like he was about 13 or 14 on that picture. But you can see right there, that's a stark difference. And him and his brother, like I said, they're much bigger than Carmelo. And here's another lie they told. Do you all remember how they also lied and said that Carmelo brought a knife, said that he came there to the track meet with a knife. He didn't come there with a knife. The knife was already there. It was one of the knives that they used to put up the tents that they were sitting under. It wasn't a regular knife. It was a specific kind of knife that you use for that. And so it was just lying around. So Carmelo just picked it up and did what he did. And I hate that he did that. I hate that Austin lost his life. I hate that Melo's going to, he was a good student, honor roll and all that. And I hate that he's facing a trial where he might be found guilty in Frisco, Texas, because he's a young Black man. I really hate that for him and Austin. But at the end of the day, I'm just telling you the lies that they tell and the narratives. This is another picture they kept showing. See how small he looks? Because I remember seeing that picture and I was thinking, well, I wonder why he stabbed him. He probably could have knocked him right out. But no, that's an old picture. Okay, that's an old picture. So that all been said, let's go to what her daughter had to say. I'm going to use an overlay because that man did not tell me I could use his video if he's watching. And I went in on that man today too, and then have the nerve to use his video. It's all crazy. His channel is called Tear Talk, From Prison to True Crime. All right, let's get into it. Now, with that all been said, I tried to find this video myself, but I couldn't find it. I didn't have time to really look either because I was already running late for the live. So I said, I'll just use his. I mean, of all the nerve, right?
Maybe this, that, and the other thing, but that doesn't change the fact that she could have been the aggressor.
There's no way that my mother ever could be the reason why this happened to her. There's no way she could be at fault because she was a paying customer and you are supposed to have customer service. You are not supposed to be unalived over whatever confrontation you've had over if an order wasn't right or whatever. I went to the news station. I just left from the news station to get putting out there, thanking everybody for supporting my mom. And we need more support right now, y'all. I need people out there in the community to start praying to God and bringing in God's power for my mama because they are trying to paint a narrative that my mother is the aggressor and it's her fault because she's dead. And y'all, everybody's seen the video. They know that there's no way. That's an open and shut case.
First off, she's also painting the narrative that the employee's at fault. And she's painting it from a very limited video. So the news is just doing the police is doing what's correct. When the news jumped on the story without the full context of the video, they had to release the full video.
They attacked her.
Let me say something too, real quick. The reason I went in on him this morning is because I was watching a little bit of his video and I noticed that when he showed the actual video footage, he basically glossed over the parts where August put her hands on Miss Anita Grayson and pushed her. He went straight to the part where Miss Grayson had her hand drawn back or where she was punching her or something, and he stopped and he was like, see that or whatever. And I left him a comment. I said, yeah, I really love how you just glossed over that part. Okay, where it shows August clearly putting her hand on Miss Grayson first. And in fact, August admitted to it. She admitted it in her statement to the police. She said, I put my hand on her to keep her away from the other employee, but that's not what you were doing. You didn't need to put your hand on her and push her to keep her away from the employee. And they said that she was trying to get to the employee. No, she wasn't. She was just talking trash. You see, it's interesting how Black people, when we get upset and we talk with our hands or we start talking loud and going off, that is seen as so much aggression that you can kill us for that if you're white. And you all know that because that's exactly what Daniel Penny, did to Jordan Neely on the subway in New York. And guess what? He too got off. But I guarantee you, if a white man got on the subway talking loud and aggressive, but not touching anyone, just as Jordan Neely wasn't touching anyone, and then some Black guy who used to be a Marine comes up behind him, grabs him, pulls him down to the ground and puts him in a sleeper chokehold and kills him, you think that Black man's going to get off? Further, do you think they're going to call that Black man a hero? Because that's what they called Daniel Penny. Remember? They called him a hero for murder. Jordan Neely didn't put anyone in imminent danger. He had mental health issues. His family said that. He was homeless, and he used to sometimes perform as Michael Jackson to make a few dollars. He was likely harmless, but he was frustrated that day, and he was hungry, and he didn't have any money for food, and he was on there raising hell. Okay? He should not have died for that. But they let that white man kill him and let him walk free. And you see, that's the type of thing that emboldens these Chud the Builder types. That's why Chud the Builder said, oh yeah, you're going to see a dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys will riot when I walk free. That's what he said. Because he just knew he was going to walk free. Sadly, it didn't work out for him. Okay, sad for him. But this is what they do. But let's continue.
Still haven't been contacted by the police. When I left the police station, I literally just left the news channel. And when I got home, they timed it. They called me as soon as I got back from that and had a police officer call me over the phone and say that they are going to release some video tonight to show that my mother was the aggressor. The footage that we got, I don't even know how we got it. It was unedited. But I guarantee you what comes out is going to be edited.
Yeah, you see.
That's what was taken.
Okay. I'm done with her at that point.
Yeah, it's always
my
the system's
sympathy
fault
and
now.
empathy is gone because that's not what happened. The police at this point have shown the unedited version of it.
Now, first of all, how the hell do they know that the police did not edit it? Do you all hear this? See, this is what they do. This is exactly what they do. No, I'm done with her. That's how fed up he is. First of all, that's her mother. Let's not forget. So, of course, she's going to defend her mother. But the bottom line is, how the hell do they know the police didn't edit it? People all over TikTok that don't even look like me are saying that it was edited. It looks like it was. What do you all think about when it had dark spots in it or whatever? Okay? It looks like it was edited. And how you know that it was edited is because the police said themselves in the report. They said something along the lines of, because I brought it up in my video before I had even seen it, or I had seen the first clip, but the police said something along the lines of looking at inaccurate video clips. They said something about video clips. And so they were like, we're going to put out the whole video or whatever. And so I said clips. I said, yeah, they're probably going to clip it too. Okay, I said they're probably going to clip it too, but it does definitely looks like it was edited for me.
The version that she had was edited. So now she's saying what? That it's full of AI or something? I don't know.
She didn't say any darn thing about AI. Now he's painting a narrative. You can edit a video without adding AI to it. She didn't say anything about AI. Now he's just adding on, putting 20 on 10.
No, this is wrong. What she's doing here.
Yeah,
this is a lie.
How many cases have we done when the family don't get the answer they want? They put it right back on the system. But watch this before I shut this video off. Look at this. She's going to be very irate.
The mayor is not even backing us right now. She made a statement, painted like they're going to make this my mother's fault. I need y'all to share this live. If y'all got any mama in y'all, and if y'all ever loved y'all mama like we did, because I loved my mama.
Hold on. The fact that he said that she's about to get irate, this woman is in pain, you idiots. Her mother just got murdered. What are you talking about? She's still in the grieving process, but at the same time, she can't just grieve in silence. She has to come out and speak up and defend her mother's name. That would make anyone be irate. So what is he talking about?
No reason why I shouldn't have her today. This type thing you don't put on people. Whatever they show tonight, we got master editors out there everywhere around the world. Y'all look at that. And y'all, if y'all see any discrepancies in that video that they released, trying to make it look like my mama did something to them when they jumped on her, y'all let the world know. Because if y'all don't, y'all ain't got no God in y'all.
Very sad. My condolences to her and her family. This is heartbreaking. And then the nerve of him, I'm going to go off on him again because I didn't even hear him say that because I only watched about 10 minutes of his video earlier. I saw that he had this video of the daughter on there, though, and I went to go to try to find it like I told you guys. But so, you know, it is what it is. This is just all so very sad. It is all so very sad. And that mindset comes from a racist white person. Those two men, they're racist. They're racist. Okay? They're racist. And that's just the fact. Because you see the good white folk, they know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. And also, they can think about and empathize because they likely feel like, okay, what if that was my mother? You understand? And that's what common decency is. That's what humanity is all about. And that's why I tell you all, and I even get on some of you sometimes when we have people like Indigo saying, oh, don't be going in on her. Y'all are just hating. When we're talking about people like Dr. Cheyenne, or not Dr., but Cheyenne Bryant. Like, we're not supposed to hold Black people accountable, but we're just going to go in on white people. No, hold anyone accountable that's doing something nefarious. And what rules you have for one person, it should be the same rules over here as well. That's how it should be. So they clearly were being very biased. And I'm just glad that I have the ability to not have to be biased. Okay, I can call a thing a thing. Now, listen to this. They say, hold on, let me just share this on the screen real quick because this came from Reddit. D-Merch said Queen still going in on Indigo. I'm not going in on Indigo. I'm just using her for an example because she's the most recent person that I had to go in on. Okay, now, here's what they posted. If you think Carmelo Anthony is innocent, then you can't say Chud the Builder is guilty. Both went out of their way to seek out confrontation. No, they didn't. Where does he get this from? You see how they lie? For those of you who don't know the story of Carmelo Anthony, let me just tell you real quick. Carmelo Anthony was the captain of his football team. Very good grades and all of that. There was a track meet at the school that Austin Metcalf and his twin brother went to. Carmelo Anthony is an athlete, so he went to the track meet. Now, he didn't attend their school, but mind you, he'd already had previous altercations or confrontations with them. Not necessarily altercations. I don't think they ever got physical, but he'd already had like some sort of confrontations with them, and they clearly were known to be bullies. That's what people said. People said they were known as bullies. I mean, these are two big dudes. If there's two of them because they're twins, okay, and they play football and all of that. Their own father said he knows his son, basically implying, I can't remember his exact words, and I don't want to lie on him, but he basically alluded to the fact that his son was a bully. And that's why he came there to try to speak to them. But the bottom line is this person said they both went out of their way to look for a confrontation. No, Carmelo Anthony was at the track meet, sitting under the tent. Now, the reason he was sitting under the tent is because it was raining that day. The two Metcalf brothers come under the tent, and this tent belongs to their school. And so they came and they wanted to sit down, and I guess there wasn't enough seats, perhaps, I don't know. Or maybe there was enough seats. But nonetheless, they walked over to Carmelo, who was the only Black person under the tent, and they told him, you don't go to school here, get up. Get up and let me sit down. Like he was Rosa Parks. And Carmelo said no. He was there with a friend of his. And so they basically started talking trash. And then they pushed him and punched him. This is what Quadnell X said that witnesses told him. And he didn't say a witness. He said witnesses, as in more than one. So, and he also said that the police have video footage that they never released. And the reason they never released it, because they didn't want everyone to see the truth and they wanted to secure an indictment. So with that all being said, they told him to get up. He didn't. They began to push him and punched him. And then they grabbed his cell phone and threw it down. And I can't remember if they smashed it or not, but they said that they threw his cell phone down. At that point, Melo grabs one of those knives for the tent and stabs one of them and runs. Now, the fact that he ran, some people could say, oh, he was trying to get away, but I think he ran out of fear. I think he was afraid of those two dudes because they'd already been known for bullies. They'd already said something to him before, and they were much bigger than him, and there's two of them, and he's the only Black person there. And in fact, Carmelo actually said something to one of the coaches from their school when they first started harassing him. And the coach basically was like, well, you don't go to the school, so. But here's the thing. The racists came out saying, well, he wasn't supposed to be there anyway because he didn't go to that school. But that's not true, because it later was confirmed that if you, in fact, or an athlete specifically, or you're friends with someone at that school, you can absolutely be there. You can absolutely be there and sit under the tent. So they were just bullying him. Now, Carmelo didn't mean to kill that young man. I think it was a bad choice for him to pick up something and stab him and run, but that's what he did. And so when he got to as he's running away, he saw like the campus police, or he saw somebody, some officer, or maybe it was a security guard. I don't remember. But if you all remember, when I reported on it, he was talking to the guy and he told the guy what happened. He admitted that he had stabbed him or whatever he did. He admitted to it. He told him what happened or whatever. So that was self-defense. 2-on-1, and you all have been very aggressive. You're not just talking trash and going in on him, but you put your hands on him more than once. You pushed him, you shoved him, you punched him, and you snatched his phone out of his hand. And Carmelo is not that big. Carmelo is slim. So with that all being said, how are these two cases the same? Carmelo was not looking for a confrontation. He was trying to avoid one. Okay. Now, some people said, and this is what some racist people said too. And I just want you all to pay attention to how racist people expect us to act. And they would never do these things if it was on the other foot. Racist people were saying, specifically on X, these racist white men, they were saying, well, he should have just gotten up and left. Oh, really? Oh, really? Because guess what? If I'm sitting somewhere and somebody walks up to me and says, excuse me, can I have this seat? You're really not supposed to be here because this is for our school or whatever. Get up. But if you walk up to me and say, you're not supposed to be here, get up and let me sit down. Move me. Okay, move me. How about that? Now, I'm probably not going to do that today, but I'm just saying back when in my younger days, that's my attitude. You don't tell me what to do. You want me to move? Well, move me. And that's how that would have gone. So they act like we're supposed to be so submissive and so docile when they give us an order or when they, request us to do something. And Carmelo just stood up for himself. So anyway, it goes on to say, both went out of their way to seek out confrontation, then immediately resorted to using a weapon during the resulting conflict that they provoked. How did Carmelo provoke anything? I see many people saying Carmelo Anthony had the right to defend himself, yet many of those same exact people want Chud's head on a stick. If you think one is innocent and the other isn't, then you're likely just racist. Really? No, that's deflecting and projecting. That's what that is. Because like I said, these two cases are definitely not the same. And here's the thing. The rule of law, as I read it to you all the other day, and I told you there's 5 elements for you to prove, is if someone is going to be able to get away with self-defense claims. Chud can't get away with any of them. He can't get away with any of them. He went and looked for somebody to start mess with. He posted about it, what he was going to do. He bragged, and he did this to multiple people. You do not get to instigate a problem and then cry foul, and then you now want to use a self-defense claim because you started it. So these stories are not the same, but it's just interesting how these people think. Racist devils will make all kinds of excuses. So let me see what a couple of the comments say. Someone says, this isn't an unpopular opinion for anyone with a brain. That's another thing. Racist people actually think they make sense when they never do. The next person says, less than 5 minutes in and I'm already being downvoted, LOL. Unfortunately, too many people see race and nothing else. The next one says, Chud the Builder said on his Twitter that he was going to kill a black person and hope that black people riot about it. So it's going to be argued that he instigated this in order to kill a black person, because that's exactly what he did. That's what I told you all. That's exactly what he did. He wanted to murder that man. Now, Chud also went around constantly doing this a few times per week. He went around harassing black people while waving his gun around. It got to the point that when a black guy smacked him, he called the police. And the police were basically like, you kind of asked for it, because he became known, so known in the area for doing this exact thing. That's right. The police didn't even do anything. So I don't think the two are even comparable at all. Carmelo was wrong, but he didn't have a history of going around trying to instigate fights. Sounds like he got into a situation where he went too far. Chud was literally trying to instigate the situation and said on his own that his goal was to kill a black person and start some kind of race war. Chud also has video evidence of him harassing people, probably hours of content of him doing so. Anyone defending this guy is going to look silly. He's a thug and not very intelligent and sounds like a terrible person. I mean, even open neo-Yahtzees stopped defending him and told him to stop. Okay? So, like I said, these racist devils will always make justifications for their people, whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent. They'll sit here and tell all sorts of lies and spew all kinds of false narratives and all of it. This is what they do. Now, even there was an article in the Hindustan Times about Chud the Builder and Carmelo Anthony. I'm going to share my screen because I haven't even read this. I want to hear what they have to say. His own say that he's no value to the community. Okay? Well, you know, the racists don't feel like that. They love him. The Trumpsters and all of them, they absolutely love him. They were online. Somebody posted a video online talking about he said, you just created 1 million Chud the Builders. And we're like, sir, sit down somewhere. Okay, nobody's checking for you. Talking about they created 1 million Chud the Builders. Okay, and we're supposed to run and go hide. So Chud the Builder versus Carmelo Anthony. Comparisons emerge between streamer and Austin Metcalf's killer. Hypocrites. Okay, so let's get into it. And there, as you can see them, netizens are drawing comparisons between Chud the Builder and Carmelo Anthony, the teen who killed fellow student Austin Metcalf after the streamer was arrested and charged in connection to a shooting outside a Tennessee courthouse. Chud has claimed that he shot the victim in self-defense. So Chud, 28 years old, whose real name is Dalton Etherly, was charged with attempted murder, employing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. He's been held at the Montgomery County Jail until bond can be set at an arraignment hearing. So Anthony, 17-year-old black teen, is accused of stabbing 17-year-old Metcalf to death during a rain delay at a high school track meet. Before the stabbing, which took place at Memorial High School in Frisco, Metcalf had reportedly asked Anthony, who was black, to leave the event since he did not attend the school. Metcalf was white. He didn't just tell him to leave. He told him to get the hell out from under that tent so he could sit down. Now, according to Quanell X, now many people defended Anthony after the incident, and a Give Send Go was launched for him. Okay, I don't know why they're bringing this up because they did the same thing for George Zimmerman, Derek Chauvin, Kyle Rittenhouse, and yes, I said Rittenhouse and all of that. And that's another thing. That's another damn thing. Kyle Rittenhouse murdered 2 people, and the white folk didn't give a damn. The racist ones didn't. If y'all remember, I forgot about him. Now, it was the same race, but nonetheless, he took a gun to a protest and murdered 2 people. Now, the people that he claims they attacked him and tried to take his gun, well, they probably thought that he came there to harm somebody. But they didn't have any smoke for Kyle Rittenhouse. You all remember that? How they had absolutely no smoke for him at all? But then if you remember when Alex Preddy went down there and where was he at? Baltimore? Remember Alex Preddy when he got shot and killed and they said, oh, he had a gun. He shouldn't have been there. This was MAGA. Oh, he had a gun. Why would you bring a gun to a protest? You didn't ask that question when Kyle Rittenhouse brought a gun to a protest and murdered 2 people. Preddy didn't kill anybody. Okay? And I'm in Minnesota. Now, with that all being said, let's continue. So goes on to say, many people defended Anthony after the incident, and Give Send Go was launched for him. Anthony stabbed Metcalf during a verbal dispute and later claimed it was self-defense. Now he's lying. Now this is a lie. This is not. It was not a verbal dispute. They put hands on him.
Adventure Super Detective.
Now they go on to say, hold on. Netizens have now compared the 2 cases, with some suggesting that it is his hypocrisy if the same people who supported Anthony do not support Chud and vice versa. Get the hell out of here. See, the problem with them is they're always trying to make black people defend them. They're always trying to make us defend who they want us to defend. Do you all ever notice that? Because I do. Then it goes on to say, One ex-user wrote saying, and I'm sure all the same people who support Carmelo Anthony will have that same type of energy in supporting Chud, right? I mean, they said don't put hands on people and ish won't happen. Can't wait for all of them to come out and support him. Yeah, that's not going to happen. The same people who support Chud the Builder shooting someone after a punch are the same ones that were against Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin after a push. Hypocrites. Now, that's a fact. Now, that is a fact. So one person wrote saying, Chud versus Carmelo Anthony, self-defense is shamed. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this pop-up off the screen. Self-defense is shamed because he said a no word. Okay, saying that cold-blooded murderer is praised because a white kid told a black kid to leave. House arrest and $1 million to boot. They do all have to go. Clearly racist. We all have to go. Well, we're not going, so now what? Now, after all, what the hell happened? Blocked the online thread. I don't know what just happened. Hold on, let me pull this back up. Just completely disappeared. That was strange. Okay, so here we go. Let me go back to where I was. So it goes on to say, Anthony's trial is set to begin on Monday, June the 1st. This is according to Collin County Court records. Okay, his trial is coming up, and I'm going to definitely be covering it. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get to, hopefully, I'm hoping that we'll get to, that they're going to record it. I actually wanted to go to Frisco, but yeah, I don't do Texas that well. Okay, so anyway, Chud and an unidentified man were involved in a confrontation that resulted in gunfire. Okay, according to District Attorney Robert J. Nash. So Nash did not reveal why Etherly was at the courthouse in Clarksville or what triggered the confrontation. So while police did not reveal anything about the other man, a witness who claimed she saw him loaded into an ambulance describes him as black. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office said that both men were transported to hospitals and treated, and were treated and were stable. Claire Martin, who works in an attorney's office across the street from the courthouse, claimed that Etherly is well known in Clarksville for antagonizing people to see what he can get them to do. She also alleged that he yells racial slurs at people while filming them. Yeah, he's going to mess around and F around and find out. I'm pretty sure of it. One of these good old days, he's going to F around and find out. Okay, and so that I've been said, listen, let me see if I can find that video of Quadell real quick. Hold on. Hold on, beloveds. Here it is right here. See how quick that was? Okay, I'm going to send this to my email. And this man was so racist. Oh my goodness. This man that he was talking to, y'all, if y'all don't remember how mad and annoyed I was getting with him, he was really getting on my darn nerves. Clearly racist, in my opinion. Okay, so let's get into it. Now, we're about to be out of here. After I show this clip, we're going to have one more short story to talk about. It's a sad story. And then we're out of here. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Likes up, everyone, please. Don't forget to like and share. Hold on. Queen, they said the judge that sat on the case didn't have any smoke for him either. Oh, that's probably about right, beloved. I'm not surprised. Okay, so now let's listen to this so we can get refreshing our memories as to what Quanell claims the witnesses told him.
Kyle Rittenhouse, after he killed 2 people in cold blood, he raised over $1 million. Wait a minute.
Let's
the
talk about
officer
that.
who killed Michael Brown, he raised almost $2 million. So don't tell me that when black folks decide to put money and support behind a young brother who didn't start a fight, who didn't threaten nobody, who was sitting where he could have right to be sitting, was threatened more than one time, was physically attacked, he defends himself, and then all of a sudden he's in jail for murder. But guess what, brother? We gonna stand behind ours like you white folks stand behind yours.
Okay, let me
that
be
young
clear.
brother was attacked.
I know you're
He
yelling
defended
because
himself.
you really get worked up when you're lying. But let me say, let me say very clear.
But then it's justified.
Us killing
but
y'all.
when we defend ourselves,
now,
it's murder. Kyle Rittenhouse, after he killed 2 people in
Let me tell y'all something. This is when you know Quanell is going off. This is when you know Quanell is going off. Pretty when he said he was going in. Yes. This is how you know he was going off when he said he killed 2 men in cold blood. As if he's going to kill them in hot. But that's not the clip I was looking for. I was looking for the one where he talked about the witnesses. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick, beloveds. Hold on. Did you all vote yesterday? Please tell me you did. Did you all vote? Greta says she loves Quanell. I do too. Hold on.
One had already shoved him. I mean,
Now here's a white man talking. Hold on. I never even saw this. This says it's a witness. I never even saw this witness. The only witness information I ever had was from Quanell. But there's a white man talking. Hold on, let's see what he has to say. Is he going to tell the truth and shame the devil? Or is he going to say, oh, Carmelo was absolutely nefarious? Hold on, honey. Let me see what's going on here.
Finally, a witness. Last thing I want to talk to you about, and I'm going to do my.
Hold on. How did I miss this? Okay, let's get into it. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Okay, here we go. I want to hear this. Lord, please don't get on here telling lies, sir. Just tell it like you saw it. Okay?
they were both approaching him, and one had already shoved him. I mean, even the brother who's alive said, I quote him, "My brother always has my back."
Yeah, because the initiative, he went over there to jack with them, no matter what.
Right, Carmelo, that's my girlfriend.
I have no further questions, Denali.
Yeah,
Thank you.
she will she'll let her rip out. She knows Andrew too. She knows Andrew too.
We're going to go to Mr. EK. EK, my good friend up there in Chicago. Did you have any questions for Mark Anthony, 10-year friend of Andrew Anthony, Carmelo Anthony's dad?
I do, and thank you for coming on the platform and giving us some insight from your point of view, Mr. Anthony. The question I have is, you mentioned earlier that the brother said that they had taken his backpack. Is that accurate? So if that was the case, how was he able to get the poker out of the backpack?
They threw it. They took it.
So they took the poker.
He went back to retrieve it. He went back to retrieve it, and they're coming and they're walking toward him. And he says, "I'm going to punch you in the face inward."
Wait a minute. He called Carmelo the N-word? Did y'all hear that? Now, did we talk about that? Because I don't remember being told or reading anywhere that he called Melo the N-word. Huh. And then the poker that he's talking about, That's the thing that they used to put up the tents that Carmelo supposedly stabbed him with. But let's continue.
And so here comes all this weight at him. So allegedly, I think this will come out. Allegedly, a hand is thrown, and Carmelo is trying to block it. Before this is said, though, he says, "I'm going to punch you in the face." He goes, "You know, touch me again and see what happens." Well, he tried to touch him. Carmelo tried to block it, and then a little pokey happened. I shouldn't say a little.
So they
pokey
grabbed
happened.
the bag, they threw the bag. Carmelo went to retrieve the bag, and that's how he was able to get his hand on the poker.
Right, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier to the young lady when I said, you know, if I took her purse and tossed it, and she's going to get her stuff, and she had a pew-pew in there, and you know, defended herself against me.
No,
I
I
was
got
just trying to
I
put
got
that
you covered.
together in
And
a
you're
different
saying
way.
that a racial slur was said to Carmelo.
Oh yeah.
So where
yeah.
did you hear this information?
Let me say this. I do remember telling you all that someone said that they were racist. That probably was Cornell. I don't remember them saying that he specifically called Carmelo the N-word, but I do remember, I think it was Cornell that said the witnesses claim that these boys are bullies and they're racist. And of course they are, because that's why they targeted Carmelo. He was the only black person there.
From Mr. Anthony.
Oh, that I heard in the bond hearing when they were trying to and he came out and it was admitted. Yeah, that was all said.
So has that been reported in the press?
Oh, you know, the race car, this and that. It was
Well, my
that,
question,
you know,
Mr. Anthony,
those
is
were the words.
all that you're saying now, there were other people at the bond hearing. I'm assuming there were press people there, correct?
Correct.
You know, there wasn't. They didn't.
No,
really
but there
want
were
that
some
in.
press people there, correct?
Well, I can speak to that because I did watch a report. I think it was on ABC 7, where they had a round table with two reporters two reporters and an anchor person, and they kind of went through what was going on in the bond. So there is some press there.
So my question is, this is the first time that I'm hearing anything about what occurred in the bond hearing, and my assumption is if there were press people there, they would have put this information out.
But you know what? They're not, and they've already. It's like the first time this all went out. It was, you know, they're trying. The press don't want to admit that they're wrong. You know, Fox News wanted to make Carmelo out to be a thug, and now that this is coming back around, because the brother had such a lame statement, didn't want to say that. Oh, we took his bag. Oh, we shoved him. That wasn't said. They're making him out to be a thug. Yeah, and so now that we know these things, it's kind of, you don't hear Fox going,
is
hey,
not
we
the
didn't
only
have
media
all the
outlet.
information.
Donali just said ABC had people there. That's not Fox.
Right. But see, nobody wants to come back around and go, oh, you know what? This kid now with an aerospace engineering degree had, 400 pounds coming out. We don't want to say we were sorry or wrong. I've never heard a newscast say, oh, we made the wrong call. We're sorry. They have to stick with that. I mean, there was this little lady in the picture that I texted that to you, right?
Which one?
Denali, didn't I text you that? With there's a little lady in that thing, and she was on Fox News or whatever newscast. She kept saying, and in the videos that I sent you, she kept saying, "Why did he come armed? Why did he come armed?" I mean,
that is a big thing about.
It's not illegal to have that. She kept saying that. Well, it's not illegal. It's just, I mean, I played sports. I played hockey. Cut athletic tape.
I personally think that the KNIA is not going to come into play, only because I was looking at the case in Allison case, and they didn't charge him for bringing a KNIF on school property. They only charge him with the charge of murder.
That's exactly. And me and my girlfriend were talking about that today. You know, how many people, well, you've been kicked out of school for having one, you've been suspended for having one, but you don't get criminal charges for having one. And they don't understand. Some people, You know, I love Illinois. I was born just south of that in Missouri in St. Louis, but I can't put Missouri law into Texas. It doesn't fit. It's a square hole in a round peg, you know? It's different down here. I mean, the stand your ground is different than the castle law. I mean, they're both laws down here, but Carmelo didn't have to leave. I mean, there are no coaches is coming up and saying, oh, you know, Carmelo was causing problems. No one is saying in the whole thing that he was causing problems, but yet they made him out to be a thug in the beginning. I mean, yeah, he's talking on the phone to a girl. And so, I mean, he's a good-looking cat. He's got a good family behind him. He's going places, but that's neither here nor there. But, yeah, nobody wants to go back on that and really start talking the truth because, unfortunately, what BLEEDS reads, you know, if it was, oh, you know, this poor kid getting picked on, you know, by well, I can't say all that, but it's just a boring story. We got to hype this up, you know. Let's make him a thug.
EK, anything else, EK?
Yeah. The only other question I've had, there have been rumors, and are you aware of not if there is a videotape of the whole incident?
So yeah, I couldn't put that in any comment. I've tried to so many times, but they don't let you put so many words and letters. The judge has put out like this all out. If anybody has video and you decide to put that on social media, well, one, it could foul up any jury if there's a jury. And I forget if she called it tampering with witnesses. She put something out. They were both approaching him.
Yeah, I do remember that. That's why the video never came out, because the judge threatened, if I'm not mistaken, to arrest anyone if they posted the video online, because some people recorded on their phone. That's how the police have video footage. Okay, but they didn't want them putting out that video because that would have destroyed their whole case. All right, and that's why they kept certain things that he just said out of the media, because they were trying to paint a narrative. Okay, trying to stoke racial tensions and trying to get white people all upset and in arms, acting like this little thugged out black dude done kill this white dude. That's what they do. Very interesting. Okay, but let's go to this next clip. This is supposedly a witness. I don't know if it's the same one, but it said breaking news, Carmelo Anthony witness audio.
Somebody get in touch with me and let me know similar to what you get ready to hear. They were there with their child at the track meet. Their child was in the background, verifying everything this person was saying. I said, I'm gonna keep it anonymous because I can't wait for all of this to come out. They are on the witness list. Their phone is one of the phones that were taken, you know, because there's evidence. But now we have somebody else that's coming out and they're telling their account. This was another parent that was there with his child and they saw what happened. Exactly what a lot of us have been saying happened. Self-defense. But take a listen.
They got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity, so I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up, McCullen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over.
That's why you can't be messing with people. They probably thought they were going to just punk him out or whatever, but bad for them that day he had something with him, or he was able to pick up something. And then they threw his backpack, like they were literally trying to humiliate him, in my opinion. Okay, so now listen to this story. You all, this is a sad story. We're going to be done after this. But this man, and I couldn't believe this. I was very disappointed in people collectively when I read this story, because this man was trapped on an escalator. He was on an escalator and he lost his footing. It is just so sad. I'm not even joking. He lost his footing and he fell. And then when he fell, his clothing got caught in the escalator. Nobody helped this man. I couldn't believe it. There were so many people walking back and forth past him, and nobody, or just not walking past him, but they would come to where he was and see him down there struggling, and they just go the other way. Nobody helped this man. Nobody called 911. He was there for 22 minutes. He was there for 22 minutes. When I tell you I shed a tear, I was already crying about Miss Grayson. And then I saw this story. I was just thinking in my mind, can you imagine yourself? Because I often put myself in people's shoes so I can empathize with them. And I'm an empath anyway, but I was thinking, can you imagine walking down an escalator, you slip and fall, and your clothing gets caught up in the machinery, and you're struggling to get out? And meanwhile, you see and hear people walking around and past you, and nobody's helping you, though you're struggling. Like, what kind of world are we living in? What kind of world are we living in? This is sad. It is really sad. Aqua Girl Rising said, Queen, we missed some of that audio. No, you didn't, beloved. I played the whole thing. I played the whole audio. It wasn't very long. Queen, I think even the Illuminati is watching because everything is tripping. Hold on. Why does it have to be the Illuminati, though, beloved? Hold on. Everything is tripping. The screen, the chat. Okay, now y'all are just doing too much. It could be the Illuminati. I don't know. I don't know why they be messing with me. I don't know why. But anyway, let's get into it. So listen to this. This man was 40 years old. He died after he became trapped in a freak accident. Okay, an escalator. The accident that others ignored as they walked by. So let me just say this. This really got me to thinking. This really got me to thinking about, oh, Ashkan said it froze for about 2 minutes. Oh, that's why you all missed it. Okay, I get it now. Sorry. Okay, I didn't know the screen had frozen. Let me see if I can find that clip then and bring it back up, beloveds. Okay, so I'm going to put this back up on the screen for you all. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know the screen. Ella said her screen started freezing. Aqua Girl Right said, Queen, it was frozen on our end. We only heard the beginning. Simo says they cut the sound. Hey, this is all crazy. Okay, so let me just put it back up so you all can hear it. My apologies. I'm going to start it like at the halfway mark. What part did you all miss? The beginning? Hold on. It was frozen. We only heard the beginning. Okay, so I'm going to go like halfway through. All right.
Get in touch with me and let me know. Their parents.
So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude, what was up? McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and they went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah, it wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro.
You know, I had somebody get in touch with me and let me know similar to what you get ready to hear. They were there with their child at the track meet. Their child was in the background, verifying everything this person was saying. I said, I'm gonna keep it anonymous because I can't wait for all of this to come out. They are on the witness list. Their phone is one of the phones that were taken, you know, because there's evidence. But now we have somebody else that's coming out and they're telling their account. This was another parent that was there with his child and they saw what happened. Exactly what a lot of us have been saying happened. Self-defense. But take a listen.
They got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude, what was up? McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag, and what they went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah, it wasn't just one; it was both of them, bro.
You know, I had somebody get in touch with me and let me know similar to what you get ready to hear. They were there with their child at the track meet. Their child was in the background, verifying everything this person was saying. I said, I'm gonna keep it anonymous because I can't wait for all.
Okay, so that's all he said right there. But listen, he basically said that they were under a whole nother tent and they just came over there to start with him. Okay, and then I didn't even know they called him an N-word. So now let me tell you what I believe they're trying to do in the case of Carmelo Anthony, because you all do know that they charged Carmelo Anthony with first-degree murder. Now, they're not going to be able to prove first-degree murder unless they really railroad him and have an all-white jury. But so they charged him with first-degree murder. So for first-degree murder, you have to prove that the person lied in wait, because that's capital murder, and you can get the death penalty in some cases. Not just a life sentence. Sometimes they offer you life or the death penalty. It could be on the table, and it could be, for the jury to decide. But so anyway, he's charged with first-degree murder. It was absolutely not first-degree murder. That would include premeditation, like he planned to do this. We know he didn't plan to do it, because how could he have known that they were even going to approach him? How could he have known that they would even be at the track meets under the tents? And they approached him, as the witness said. They were under a whole nother tent and came over and started bothering him. Also, the object that he used to stab Austin with was already there. It wasn't in his backpack. That lady was asking, why did he bring it? He didn't bring it. It was already there. They were literally sitting under tents because of the rain. So, but here's the thing that I think I told you all before. By the fact that they charged him with first-degree murder, well, the prosecutor knows that he's pretty much not going to be able to prove that. But what they can do, see, they want to make sure, in my opinion, I think they want to make sure that Carmelo goes to prison. They want to make sure of it. So we'll charge him with first-degree murder, but we'll let the jury know that if they don't find him guilty on first-degree murder, that they can find him guilty of voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, of a lesser charge, basically. You see how that works? You see how that works? That's what they're up to. But hold on, let me just see something real quick, because this happened in Texas, Frisco. So let's talk about Texas law. Can someone be found guilty of a lesser charge if charged with murder? Yes, under Texas law, the jury can find a person guilty of a lesser charge, including a lesser included offense, if they decide that the state failed to prove first-degree murder, but did prove a less severe crime. Okay? Now let's talk about the case of Carmelo Anthony. And so, yes, under the Texas law, a jury can find Carmelo Anthony guilty of a lesser included offense. And then it says, because Anthony's defense team is explicitly claiming self-defense during a physical altercation, the jury will be tasked with evaluating his state of mind and the level of force that was used. So depending on the exact evidence presented at the upcoming trial, the jury could potentially convict him of several alternative charges instead of first degree. I told y'all that's what they're trying to do. They're like, ninja, we're not letting you get off. You done killed one of ours. So you're going to do some time. So they didn't charge him with voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. Because if they didn't get him on it, then they just didn't get him. So we're going to start high, and then we know we're going to have to go low. So we'll start off with murder in the first. We know we're not going to be able to prove that because they already saw the videotape. They already seen it. And they know that there's witnesses who are giving their own accounts. But they also know that Austin wasn't armed and Carmelo used a weapon. But here's the thing. If Carmelo gets a good enough attorney, and I pray that he does, he could still beat that. He could still beat that if the jurors are fair. Because the reason is, nothing about what he did was intentionally intentional. He didn't intend to kill that young man. He didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to get away. They punched him. Now, this is what I want you to pay attention to. One thing that my mother always taught us is that some people that are bullies, okay, they will do certain things to provoke people. And of course, they usually pick on weaker people that they're afraid of. I mean, that they know are afraid of them. And so one thing my mother always would tell us is that you don't want to mess with somebody who's scared. And you don't want to, like a person who's scary, that's a coward. What you don't want to do is back them into a corner, because they're going to come out fighting. They're going to come out crazy. And that's what Carmelo did. See, Carmelo, we know Carmelo was likely a little bit intimidated by them. And how do we know that? What makes me come to that conclusion? Well, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, because they walked up to him, demanded that he get up. When he refused, they proceeded to harass him, called him the N-word. He didn't get up and punch him in the face like some teens would. Okay, specifically if it's one of my sons when they were in high school, even though I taught them better. All right, I told them, if somebody calls you the N-word, don't be provoked to anger. Just tell them about their DNA. But back in high school, they clearly would have done it. I promise you. But here's the thing, though. So Carmelo grabs something, stabs one of them, and runs. And he goes to get his backpack, which they already snatched his backpack and tossed it. They took his phone, supposedly. They've done all of these things, and he still hasn't done anything as of yet. He's just refusing to get up and leave. Okay? So with that all being said, was there premeditation? No. Was there intent? No. No, absolutely not. Okay? So I don't think that's going to fly. And I hope he has a really good attorney with all the money and donations that he got. At the end of the day, I really hope so. Because he does not deserve to go to prison for any amount of time. Those two young men were thugs. Okay, I'm sorry, they were thugs. All right, Austin, may he rest in peace, but that's what he was. He was not a good kid by all accounts of the people that know him, even his own father. He was a bully. He was racist. He was picking on someone much smaller than him, and not just by himself. He had his brother with him. And here's another thing, too. I want you all to pay attention. I know you all probably forgot this, but I also reminded you all when I was reporting on it that remember how the media initially never said anything about the other brother being involved? Y'all remember that? And I said, wait a minute. I said, now witnesses and people are saying supposedly that there was two of them. How come that wasn't in the news reports? Because they wanted to paint Austin as the victim when he was the aggressor. They wanted to paint Carmelo as a thug who was just doing too much, who came armed. Because they never told us initially that the instrument that he used was already there. They said that he brought it in his backpack. And I remember thinking, I wonder why he would bring that in his backpack. Was he being bullied or something? Did he already think they were going to do something to him, maybe? And then only to find out when Quanell came out and said, no, he didn't bring that. It was already there. It was just something convenient. Okay? So with that all being said, I just hope Carmelo gets off. Because what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to get him on second-degree manslaughter. Watch what I tell you. By the fact that they know they can't get him on first-degree murder, they're going to try to get him on something like second-degree manslaughter. Because they want him to do some time. He killed that white boy too, and he's down there in racist-ass Frisco, Texas. Okay? But so anyway, let's get into the story about this man so I can get out of here and you all can too. Oh, okay, so this is a 40-year-old man. So I'm just going to tell you all. Let me just put this on the screen so you all can see who I'm talking about here. His name is Stephen McCluskey, and may he rest in peace. And my deepest and sincere condolences to his family, friends, and specifically his 3 children. This man was a father. 3 children. Okay, now I hate that man died like that. Oh my God, I just can't imagine you laying there and people just right there. They're right there and they see you with your legs flailing. Y'all, when I read what happened to him, it was just awful. So let's get into it. Okay, so, and I'm going to show you the video too. Okay, by the way. So anyway, listen to this. A man died in a freak escalator accident earlier this year that was ignored by passerbys. Stephen McCluskey was heading to the platform at the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, known as the MBTA, and the Davis Station in Somerville, Massachusetts, where tragedy struck on February the 27th, on my birthday. And you know what's interesting is this story happened in February, but it's just now getting out there. We were all trying to figure out, why haven't we heard about this before? It's just now being put out there. So video of the incident shows McCluskey, age 40, riding down the escalator at about 5 a.m. local time. As he approaches the bottom, he stumbles and falls. And he can be seen trapped at the end of the escalator. I'm talking, y'all, he was almost at the bottom. He literally was almost off of it. I just really hate to think about it. He was right there. And so as he approaches the bottom, he stumbles and falls and can be seen trapped at the end of the escalator for several minutes. Multiple people pay no attention to McCluskey, and instead, they take the stairs. Though some stop briefly to check on him, and then they just keep moving. But it wasn't until 22 minutes later that an MBTA worker finally helped McCluskey by pressing the emergency stop button on the escalator. Let me tell you all something. There's emergency stop buttons on escalators at the top and at the bottom. If you ever see someone trapped, someone injured, someone fall, slip, whatever, please just go push the button. You can stop it. Don't walk past and act like you don't see them. Don't take out your phone and record. I don't know why people do these things. Someone can be getting killed. I literally saw a video of a teenager getting stabbed after school at a fight. The other kid pulled out a knife. All the other kids are standing around with their phones out. Nobody tried to intervene, call 911. Like, what kind of world are we in? People are literally losing their humanity. Okay, some people are not humane anyway, but I'm just saying. Now, that all being said, now listen to this. So, according to the outlet, McCluskey's clothing got trapped under the elevator, they mean the escalator, and cut off the airway to his throat. Choked to death by his own garments. When first responders arrived to provide aid, they found no pulse. And it took them another 30 minutes to free McCluskey. They literally had to cut him out of there. And they transported him to the hospital. He died 10 days later because once they got him to the hospital, he fell into a coma. They say it was a terrible accident. It is important that the public knows that anyone can stop an escalator in an emergency by pressing the red button labeled stop at the top and bottom of each escalator. They should also then immediately call 911. Now, MBTA personnel respond swiftly to all emergencies and do everything they can to assist individuals and secure the situation. Okay, so with that all being said, this is him and his children. His sister says, hold on. Okay, yeah, I thought I had it on the screen. Okay, so you all see him and his children. Of course, their faces are blurred out, but so after he was transported to the hospital, ENG said the affected escalator was inspected by MBTA workers and it was returned to working order without any mechanical issues. McCluskey's sister, Shannon Flattery, and his mother, Mary Flattery, remembered him as someone who loved building things and loved his children and loved being a dad. The pair told NBC 10 that they're going to continue the search for answers in his death. Where was security? Where were the red coats that are supposed to be on all floors from the time it opens to the time it closes? How? At a busy train station, does nobody stop? Nobody see him. They did see him. They did see him. The Somerville Police Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Saturday, May the 16th. Okay, so like I said, this story came out. This happened in February on my birthday, and we're just now hearing about it a few days ago. This is absolutely awful. Okay, so now let's go to this video. The likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. Hold on. Okay, I think this is a video. Is this it? I think this is a video here. Yep. It was 4:58 a.m. Here we go. Look how he just walks past. He just keeps walking. You see his feet flailing? That man tried to help him, but I guess he couldn't. He should have gone and gotten the police or security or somebody. Look at all these darn people. Another person stops. Okay, so now let's talk about what they say exactly happened to him. And Measure Man, thank you for your Cash App donation, beloved. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. So let's go to this article from the New York Post. I'm going to show you all these pictures first. Hold on. We're almost at the finish. Oh my God, we've been on this live almost 4 hours. I know I got to go, honey. I'm not coming back. Y'all can miss me with it. Okay, that's what y'all can do. Okay, that's him walking down the escalator. This is where he slips and falls. This is after the paramedics come and they have him on the stretcher. They had to cut him out and it took 30 minutes. His clothing was so caught up in there, and that's him being taken to the hospital. Okay, so now let's talk about what they say happened to him, because that's what really made me just so sad. That's what just really made me so sad. So here's what they say. Okay, the footage shows it took 22 minutes for an MBTA to make contact with McCluskey, a response team that experts say is not good enough. They didn't get there fast enough. They say that's way too long. That's what escalator expert Robert Cotton said. Now, Cotton, who has more than 4 decades of experience overseeing escalator infrastructure, including for Bay Area Rapid Transit in California, said that transit agencies are subject to common carrier, which is the highest standard of care for the public utilizing transit systems. Now, the MTBA breached that duty. It's if somebody had knowledge of it, they should have been acted upon. That should have been acted upon immediately, according to Cotton. Now listen to this. They say McCluskey had no pulse by the time first responders arrived. And his clothes, listen to this, his clothes were pulled so tightly into the escalator that his throat was constricted. And this is according to the Somerville Fire Department report that was obtained by the media. The skin, this is what got me right here, y'all. The skin on McCluskey's back had also been pulled into the escalator. Oh my God. Do y'all hear that? Ooh, honey. Do y'all hear that? They said the shirt was pulled so tight it constricted his throat. The skin was his skin on his back was pulled. Because think about it, that thing was still moving. The steps were still sliding, like they were still going down. Just imagine that. I can only imagine how that felt while he was still conscious. Oh my God, that is an awful way to go. So it goes on to say, this is so sad. Let me find my spot. Hold on. Okay, so anyway, the skin on McCluskey's back had also been pulled into the escalator. Rescuers were able to free McCluskey in about 30 minutes, and he then regained a pulse, but was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later fell into a coma and passed away 10 days later. According to his obituary, McCluskey was a carpenter who ran his own business, was known for his stubborn spirit, his quick sense of humor, and having a deeply caring heart. He had a way of talking with people for hours, sharing stories, offering advice, and helping however he could. If something needed fixing or someone needed support, Stephen was often the person who tuned in or they turned to. An investigation into McCluskey's death is ongoing, according to the Middlesex District Attorney's Office. Now, they say the MBTA called McCluskey's death a terrible accident, noting that anyone can stop an escalator by simply using the red emergency buttons. You know, they should have signs. I think that they should have signs near the escalators to let people know that. Because most people, I've never known that. I've never known they had buttons that you could stop it. Never. Did any of you know? So anyway, it goes on to say that MTBA personnel respond swiftly to all emergencies and do everything they can to assist individuals and secure the situation. Well, they weren't swift that day. Now, watching the traumatic footage was difficult for McCluskey's family, but they are searching for answers from the MBTA. Saying, I want to make sure that there's somebody or something held accountable for the fact that my brother wasn't protected in a public space. Nobody cared. Nobody stopped. Nobody took the time to help, to make sure he was okay. If somebody took that 1 minute, he'd still be here today. That's what his mother said with tears in her eyes. Honey, I'm about to have tears in my eyes. This is all so sad. He was somebody. He had a life. We loved him. They treated him like he didn't even exist. Ooh, honey, I feel so sorry for his mother. Just imagine if that was your child. Just imagine if that was your child and you're watching that video and you see he was right there at the end. He was almost off the escalator, literally. And all these people walking past and nobody did anything. And a couple of people that did stop, because another report said that one person was pulling on his legs for a couple of seconds and then he just went away. If you're pulling on his legs, you know he's stuck. Why don't you go get security? You didn't have time. You had somewhere more pressing to go than save someone's life. I'm sorry, I'm never going to do that. That's never going to be me. And how do y'all know that's never going to be me? I'm so glad y'all asked, because y'all remember, let's not forget, I'm the same person that almost went to jail for jumping in that fight when I saw that guy getting jumped. Y'all remember that story. Of course, that was years ago when I was, like in my 20s. And had it not been for Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown, he wasn't the sheriff at that time. But had it not been for him when they called the police, because that white officer was about to take everybody to jail and their mama. Sheriff Derwin Brown, or he wasn't, like I said, he wasn't the sheriff-elect then, but Derwin Brown was like, oh no, I know her. He was like, Queen, what are you doing here? So I told him what happened. And guess what? The ones who jumped that man, they all went to jail. I didn't know that man from can of paint, but I knew I'm not about to watch this go down. That's not what we're doing. Okay? Now, sadly, I can't jump in any fights today if I see anybody getting jumped because, I'm older and I have a whole lot more to lose. Okay? I beg to differ. Greta says, Black folks don't act this way. Yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. See, if Black folks didn't act this way, I probably wouldn't be telling you all that we're losing our humanity. Okay? Above all, that drummer's laughing at what I said. Queen said, I can't do it no more. I can't, honey. I got too much to lose. I don't have time to be going to jail. I told y'all a long time ago, I do not throw rocks at the penitentiary. Okay? And yes, I said penitentiary. Now, with that all being said, Deanna said, not even at Kroger, Queen. Nope. Absolutely not. Thank you, Dangerous. Dangerous said, rest in peace, Sheriff Brown. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, beloved. Okay, that's right. Rosa said the black bootlicking politicians do. See, here's my thing. The youth, they do this, whether they're black, whatever. A lot of young people will see something happening, see someone in need of assistance, and they're just going to pull out their phone because everybody loves the internet and wants to have content and they want to go viral. That's more important to so many of these young people than helping someone. Okay, and that's the sad truth of the matter. And where do we get that from? Because black people, we're not supposed to act that way. We're not supposed to act that way. But some of y'all black folk are starting to act just like your oppressors. Yeah, heartless. Some of y'all are starting to act real heartless. Like y'all have the Iceman inheritance. I have questions. I have questions. Because one thing about it is I'm never going to see somebody struggling, hurting, or falling down like that and just walk past and go ahead about my business. I'm never going to do that. Okay, I'm never going to do that. And that's just a fact. At the end of the day, all somebody had to do was help that man or yell, scream for security. Anything. Call 911. You know, if someone had actually called 911, now that I think about it, I guarantee you that the dispatcher could have told them where that button was. If only someone had done something. This is really sad. And I'm going to tell you one more thing before I go. There was a story that this lady told one time. This lady, she said that her husband was a cardiologist. And so he had to go out of town. I think he went to Florida, but he had to go out of town for a seminar and a meeting with a bunch of other cardiologists. So as they're having dinner, because it's almost the same scenario, not really, but kind of similar. But so her husband goes out of town and they're having this big fancy dinner. And the husband starts choking on a chicken bone. And he wasn't black. For anybody who wants to crack jokes, because y'all know they say we love chicken. But no, this was a white man. But nonetheless, that doesn't even matter. But he starts choking on a chicken bone. And as he's doing this, he's hitting his chest. And because he's hitting his chest, all these other doctors in the room, a room full of doctors. Imagine your husband dying in a room full of doctors. They all are sitting there looking at him. They see him beating himself on the chest, and they automatically think that he's having a heart attack or something's going wrong, you know, with his heart or whatever. So they run over and they grab him, throw him down to the floor, and start trying to do CPR. This man dies. Come to find out he was choking on a chicken bone. All they had to do was the Heimlich maneuver. All they had to do was the Heimlich maneuver. But you know what I learned that day? Because this is what that lady said. I think I was like in my early 20s when I heard this story. I saw it on TV. The lady said that many times people are so programmed in their way of thinking that the only thing or the first things that come to their mind is what they know or what they do or what they're used to. You see, so these doctors were all cardiologists. They work with the heart. So as soon as they saw him pounding on his chest, they immediately thought, oh, he's having a heart attack. Something's going on with his heart. And so that's what they tried to work on. Nobody thought that we're eating dinner. Maybe he's choking. Nobody thought of that. It would have been so easy to save him. I saved somebody with the Heimlich maneuver when I was like 16 or 17 years old in Ryans in Kentucky, in Louisville, Kentucky. But the bottom line is, it's just sad. Sometimes we just don't think. Okay, sometimes we just don't think. And so that man died for nothing too. That was my whole point of that story. So anyway, I'm out of here. All right, I'm out of here. I hope you all enjoy the rest of this day. Deanna said thinking outside the box can really help. Yes. And that's what we need to do. Well, I do that all the time anyway. I don't know how many of you all do it, but yeah, we definitely need to think outside the box. Queen, have you ever heard of anyone punching their chest when they're having a heart attack? I have never heard of that. No, I haven't. But that's what they thought about. That's the first. Let me look that up real quick. Hold on. That's a good question. I never heard of it. And that's what I was thinking. Why the hell would they think he was having a heart attack? But when she said they were all cardiologists, she said they did what they know, what they're trained to do. Hold on. Now let's see here. In fact, it says why you should never punch your chest during a heart attack. It's not going to fix the blockage. It's a high risk of injury, and it's a dangerous heart disruption. So, yeah, I don't know why they thought that's what he was doing. Well, I guess I do know, like the wife said, I guess. Yep. 7 signs of having a heart attack: unusual fatigue, chest discomfort, shortness of breath, pain radiating in the back, jaw, or neck, in the back, the jaw, or the neck, sweats, dizziness, and sudden severe anxiety. So you know what I'm thinking by just reading that? It says chest discomfort. I wonder if they thought he was pumping his chest because it was discomfort. And maybe that's why they thought he was having a heart attack. I don't know. But clearly they weren't thinking outside the box. All right, so anyway, with that all being said, I love you all to life. I hope you enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. All right, each one teach one. That's how we grow and thrive. Do something productive, constructive, but never destructive. And always remember, beloveds, to keep the Most High first in your lives. All right. Ha! Cyrus said, thanks so much for going overtime for us. Awesome content. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. I definitely did go overtime. I was doing too much today. Definitely, I was doing too much. All right. And so anyway, I'm out of here, beloveds. Peace.
Gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you're done. They show no love for the queen. Why you hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans? I got dreams like King Luther, shed blood like Kunta. You ain't helping my people, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. I want all the smoke like hookah. Talking reparations, America won't be great until they give us compensation. I'm like, I'm the hottest right now. See a bunch of lames out here trying to jock on my style. They be doing too much. I'm the queen, it's too easy. It's like they all at Popeyes, how they be talking so greasy. I just sit back and laugh while these haters get madder. So nefarious how they don't want my pockets with cheddar. I tell them they can do better. These snakes in the grass can leave a bite on your ass, cause y'all be trusting too fast. I got my foot on the gas, other one on they necks. Dropping receipts on haters, you better show some respect. I'm never facing regrets, we only facing the threats. Running through every challenge like a relay, break no sweat. It's a cold game, so I got that blanket with me. Now that my people awaken, ain't no going to sleep. I do not play by my piece, this time I'm playing for keeps. You talking slick, but when I see you like them ends, we gon' meet. And I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen. Why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen.